Chairperson.
Okay. At least I'm audible. I can tell that I'm audible. Okay, good.
You are.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to our first meeting this term. Mr. Brown, in the meantime, can we flight the agenda? Good morning to all the portfolio committee members and a warm welcome to you. I hope members had time to rest a bit, and we are energized and refreshed to kick off the second quarter or the second term. We are starting this second term as we implement our program, which we've all adopted. I hope members would have seen that upon receiving focus areas from the Office of the House Chair, we tried to upgrade our program. We tried to amend certain areas to align the program with the focus areas as advised by the Office of the House Chair. We've sent the program out for members to see the amendments, the minor changes. It was really minor changes that we had to make. The first change, as members would have seen and as members would be aware, it's the change in dates for the oversight visit. We were supposed to have started with the oversight visit this week. However, we were informed that all committees should undergo oversight visits the next weekend. And we were put in group, I think it's group A, for the committees were then deferred. Their oversight was deferred to the following week. And the other difference or the other change is that we only have 3 days for our oversight visit in Mpumalanga. So I hope members are well prepared for that oversight visit. Also, the meeting of today, we're supposed to be dealing with the budget review of both the department, SACE and Umalusi, because these are meetings that we had to move from the first term to this term, firstly due to the fact that the department was not ready at the time. And now we received a request from DBE that they are having their headcom workshop today. And as a result, it would be impossible for them to join us today. So you would have seen that we communicated that then we're going to have DBE presenting their budget review and of 2026 and the strat plan and the annual performance plan on Thursday. So that will be the only item. We will only have DBE. And I did ask Mr. Brown to try and confirm and check if they are on the day so that we don't really inconvenience members, so that members can attend fully. So that is a way of welcoming you, honorable members, and just giving you an update in terms of our work in this term. And let us welcome SACE, the CEO and the team. Let us welcome Umalusi, the chairperson of the council, and the CEO and the team. And safe to say that this platform and this reports that we're going to be receiving today are very important for us as a portfolio committee, because they are actually the foundation and the basis in which we conduct our oversight. So understanding the plans of both institutions and understanding the budget that is allocated, how the institutions plan to utilize this budget, and how the institutions plan to ensure that they try within the constraints of the allocation of funds, try to deal with the issues that we had raised previously. We've held these sessions before. We've dealt with the APP of the past financial years, and as a portfolio committee, there are areas that we would have said that we wish the two institutions can focus on. there are areas where we would have said that we believe there needs to be improvement in those areas. And we are looking forward to hearing from yourselves in terms of the improvements, in terms of your plans, in terms of also including certain issues that we would have felt are important in your annual performance plans. So we're looking forward to these presentations, because they are, as I said, a very important instruments that we utilize ourselves to conduct our work of holding the executive to account, and also ensuring that there is effective and efficient oversight. That is, in short, to welcome you. If there is any representative from DPE, the minister and the DM or the DG, because I did, as I had mentioned, that they do have a headcom workshop, you are most welcome. And if you are here, just indicate so that we give you an opportunity to lead the presentation of both SACE and Umalusi. Honorable members, we are going to allow both the institutions to present. So we're going to take presentations. After taking both presentations, that's when we will then enter into questions and deliberations on the presentations we've received. I'm going to allow Mr. Brown to share with us if we've got any apologies, and also deal with the attendance register. After that, and then we will then go into DPE if DPE is here, and we'll then receive presentations. We also have to deal with minutes of the last meeting, Mr. Brown, I take, and we'll go through those minutes shortly after the apologies. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, Chair, and good morning, members. Good morning, officials and Department, SACE and Umalusi. Chair, just a quick roll call to yourself, Honorable Maimela, Honorable Taban Chaba, Honorable Govana, Honorable Low, Honorable Magagula, Honorable Jordan, Honorable Sharif, Honorable Mkize, Honorable Mgadi, Honorable Shikwambana, and Honorable Komani. Honorable Ngubeni has indicated she will be joining us a bit later this morning. She is just, I think she may be in transit. And Chair, you have already indicated the apology from the Office of the Director General regarding the HEDCOM meeting and the shift of DBE to Thursday. But I do understand that the Minister and Deputy Minister is present in the meeting. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. Can you then take us through the minutes? Is there any member that was not mentioned in terms of the attendance register? Okay, we were all recorded as present. Can we then deal with the minutes? So we only have one set of minutes, Mr. Brown, I take?
That's correct, Chairperson. Only the one set.
Okay. So, honorable members, that is the set of minutes of the last meeting we held just before we closed off, where with KZN, where we're engaging the KZN PED on their APP and Northwest on their APP and their strategic plans, and also their policies on anti-bullying and the implementation of those policies. And of course, we also engaged on an update on the admissions and placement in those two PEDs. Honorable members, any members that want to deal with corrections and amendments of the minutes? Okay, I take it that there are no amendments and there are no corrections. Any hands that want to move for the adoption of the minutes?
I move for adoption, Chair.
Honorable Mkize, yes. Honorable Mkize moves for the adoption.
I second the adoption, Chair.
Okay, Honorable Kabanchaba is seconding the adoption of the minutes. So the minutes are duly adopted, and as a result, we don't have any report, Mr. Brown, that we have to deal with. I've not received anything. I've not seen anything on.
No, Chairperson, we are on track. We don't have any outstanding reports. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And maybe just to say, Honorable Members, I want to appreciate participated in the colloquium that we were jointly responsible for on sanitary dignity with higher education. We appreciate your participation in that colloquium. And Mr. Brown, we do hope that collectively with the team from higher education, you can be able to share with us the report and the recommendations so that we're able to track the recommendations and monitor the implementation of the recommendations that came out of that colloquium. We are now going to move to DBE. I understand, honorable members. I see my gadget is recorded as Letabo. I share I share this gadget with my son. I will try to rename it shortly. But let's go to DBE. Honorable Minister, the DM, you are welcome, and we're affording you this opportunity to lead the two institutions in their presentations.
Very good morning, Chairperson, and a very good morning to you and the members. Thank you again for the opportunity to come and present to you. It's good to be back before this committee, and I welcome the opportunity to engage on the budget review and strategic plans of the South African Council of Educators and Umalusi. These are very important institutions to us because, as you indicated in your earlier opening remarks, they are the architecture of our basic education system, and today's engagement is an important one to note. Both institutions occupy distinct but very vital spaces in the sector. SACE carries the responsibility of fostering a capable, ethical, and professional teaching corps through education legislation registration, professional development, and the maintenance of ethical and professional standards. On the other hand, Umalusi, as the Quality Council for General and Further Education and Training, plays a critical role in safeguarding the credibility, the integrity, and the quality of our qualifications and assessment in the system. And so, as we consider their plans, Chair, for 2026 and 2027, I believe it's important to do so with a clear focus. These cannot be treated as compliance exercises or just technical documents alone. They must be read as instruments of delivery, of accountability, and public confidence. And they must show how these entities intend to strengthen the sector in practical terms and how their work will contribute to the better outcomes for our learners, our educators, and the country. For SACE, there are several issues that rightly demand close attention. These include the registration of fit for purpose educators, the strengthening of professional ethics, the faster handling of misconduct matters, support for teacher development, and the continued professionalization of early childhood development practitioners. SACE's APP also places clear emphasis on strengthening collaborative regulation and enforcement of ethical and professional standards, including digital systems and enhancing public confidence in the credibility of the teaching profession. I also note that SACE has identified ethical standards and professional development as a flagship initiatives. This is significant. At the time when the country rightly expects teaching and profession that is respected and supported and held to the highest standards, we need an institution such as SACE for both credible and effective carrying out of its mandate. Malus's work often operates slightly further from the public eye, but it is no less important. Public confidence in the value of school leaving certificates, the confidence in the fairness of the examinations, confidence in the integrity of marking and certification, and confidence in the standards applied to independent institutions as well as essential legitimacy of the system is quite important. So when Umalusi functions well, It helps to ensure that the qualifications are trusted and that learners receive the recognition that is credible and that is meaningful to you. So, Chair, as I've said before, these contacts matter, and we must guard against being too focused on inputs alone. Budgets matter, plans matter, systems matter, governance matters. But in the end, the real test of whether these inputs produce results, we must be incredibly obsessed of not only what is planned and funded or reported, but what is actually achieved. So I'm grateful that both these entities are here to present. The Deputy Minister and myself are here as the DG's apology was received, but both the Deputy Minister and myself are in the meeting. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you. Chairperson of Umalusi, you can start. Umalusi can start.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that introduction and also the words of the Minister. Let me take this opportunity to greet the Minister of Basic Education, Mayor Khwarobe, the Deputy Minister of Basic Education, the Honorable Dr. Mahaule, you, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education, the Honorable Mayor Maimela, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, and in the absence, of course, the DG, who is always a good presence to have at these meetings. Good morning to all of you. I am Professor Yunus Balam. I'm Chairperson of the Umalusi Council, and I'm accompanied at this meeting by Dr. Mafura Kometsi, the CEO of Umalusi, Mr. Hendrik van der Walt, who is our Chief Financial Officer, Dr. Kenny Monate, Senior Manager of Finance and Supply Chain Management, and Mayor Molly Mokoena, the Senior Manager for Strategy and Governance. We're grateful for this opportunity, Chair, to present the 2026-2027 Umalusi annual report, annual performance plan, and the budget for the year to the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. The presentation will be shared by the team and they will follow me immediately. Chair, just to, if you allow me a small digression, thanks to the rescheduling of this meeting, I have been able to attend. I was not able to attend the meeting as previously scheduled. But as I mentioned the last time, this will be now the last time that I'm accompanying Umalusi management to the Portfolio Committee meeting, unless you call me again between now and June 2026. This will certainly be my last meeting. Umalusi will bid farewell to its 6th council on the 5th of June, and the 7th council will be formally inaugurated on the 25th of June 2026. I'm very grateful for having had the opportunity to interact with the Portfolio Committee over these last 4 years. As the outgoing chairperson of Council, I have no doubt that Council has exercised its correct fiduciary duties to the best of its abilities. Council has approved several organization policies to strengthen governance and administration of Umalusi. That was in addition to Council's monitoring of Umalusi's performance, its governance arrangements, and its financial management processes. The outgoing Council has no doubt that Umalusi will continue to fulfill its mandate within the relevant legal framework. I thank the executive and the senior management team of Umalusi under its CEO, Dr. Rakometsi, as well as all the staff of Umalusi for the sterling work that they continue to do. Their efforts in giving effect to the strategic direction of the organization are a benefit to all our citizens who rely on a high quality education system. Chair, let me conclude by expressing my sincere thanks to the Minister and the Deputy Minister, always supportive, the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education for entrusting us with the responsibility to serve the country, as well as for their unwavering support, their very careful oversight over what we do, the sharpness of the questions that we receive, and for their guidance. The Director General of Basic Education in his absence, Mr. Moeli, whose support for the work of Umalusi and particularly this council has been a source of much strength to us. I also want to just thank the smiling face. I will miss the smiling face of Mr. Llewellyn Brown and the support team, secretarial team at council, for making our lives so easy during these meetings. And lastly, to thank all the members of the Umalusi Council who have given generously of their time, their energy and their wisdom to ensure that Umalusi remains a trusted authority in fostering higher education standards in general and further education training. Chair, allow me now to hand over to the team, and I expect that Dr. Rakometsu will make the opening address before the formal presentation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Balim, and good morning to the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, and the Honorable Minister Mesifuyo Kwahube, Honorable Deputy Minister Dr. Regina Mohaule, Honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education, Professor Eunice Balim, Chairperson of Umalusi Council, my colleague, CEO of SACE, Meela Mokhalani, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the opportunity of coming to present to you the 2026-2027 Annual Performance Plan and Budget Presentation. And the presentation is going to follow the following headings. Overview of Umalusi. Next slide, please. Whoever is displaying the slides. The 2026-27 key focus areas and Umalusi contribution to the medium-term development plan, and the 2026-27 annual performance plan, challenges and remedial actions, key risks and mitigation strategies, and the budget. I'm going to be sharing this presentation with Memo Limukwena and the CFO, Mr. Hendrik van der Walt. Chairperson, firstly, maybe just to look at our constitutional and legislative mandate. We derive our mandate from the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. Chapter 2 says everyone has the right to education. And also from our founding legislation, the National Qualifications Framework, which establishes Umalusi as a quality council. And also the Genfedco Act, General and Further Education and Training Quality Assurance Act, which assigns Umalusi the responsibility for quality assurance for general and further education and training. We derive our other mandate from other legislation, the National Education Policy Act number 27 of 1996 as amended, the South African Schools Act number 84 of 1996 as amended, Continuing Education and Training Act number 16 of 2006 as amended. And also the following policy mandates, the National Development Plan 2030, Chapter 9, which talks to improving education, training and innovation, and the 2024-2029 Medium-Term Development Plan, with priority number 2 saying we need to reduce poverty and tackle high cost of living. Chairperson, with your permission, I'm now going to hand over to Memo Limukwena to proceed with the presentation. After her, she'll be followed immediately by the CFO, Mr. Hendrik van der Walt. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, CEO. And let me start by passing my greetings as well to the Minister, to the DM, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and all the Portfolio Committee members, to our Chairperson of Council, the CEO, the CFO, and my colleagues from Umalusi, as well as the colleagues from SACE. I will then quickly go through the performance section of our APP, starting with our key focus areas. Also, just to indicate that the list as displayed is not exhaustive. We have just selected some of our key ones. First one being the reviewing of our qualifications registered on the GFED QSF. And this is essentially important for us because it helps us to ensure that our qualifications are aligned with the NQF, the SAQA policies for registration, and also just to ensure that our qualifications, are current and responsive to the education and economic needs of the learners they are intended to serve. Then developing systems for e-certification as well as e-verification. E-certification, Umalusi had started with this process. However, we have now, had to follow the lead by the presidency due to the developments as announced by the president during the SONA. So, but it is still something that Umalusi is working on, or part of our key focus areas, as well as the e-verification, which is also important for us, just to ensure that, we streamline our services to make them, easy for our clients, that they can be able to do their verification online from wherever they are, Also conducting research on qualifications registered on the GFED QSF. Again, this is important for us as Umalusi because the research that we conduct, some of it we share, the advice with the minister, but also it's important because it helps us to improve our processes, but also, that in our policies and the decision that we make as Umalusi, that they are evidence-based or at least informed by some research. Also leveraging on the digital platforms or tools to enhance the moderation process of our question papers, just to make also our processes really just to be seamless. Advancing the moderators' competencies through blended training approaches. Also, this is important to support continuous professional development and to minimize errors in our question papers. To ensure accurate and fair marking through the standardization of marking guidelines and verification of marking processes, as well as advocating the requirements for the accreditation of independent online schools, just to ensure that, there is compliance where this is concerned. And then moving on, our contributions to the MTDP. As Umalusi, we do not have direct contribution, but there are things that we do that assist in this regard. Firstly, on the mother tongue-based workbooks and offerings for the foundation phase, Umalusi is currently drafting a ministerial advice. This is based on the mother tongue-based bilingual education strategy as engaged through Umalusi's research forum. And this advice covers Umalusi's evaluation of the strengths and areas of improvement, with a particular interest on the bearing that the strategy has for Umalusi as a quality council. In addition, in preparation for the national assessments for grade 4, Umalusi was invited to support this initiative by presenting the Umalusi framework on effective questioning, and this was in July 2025. And then on the 3 diverse pathways appropriately introduced in the special schools, in the 25-26 financial year, which we just concluded, Umalusi has conceptualized 2 projects in this regard. One on investigating the implementation of occupation-oriented curricula, within the schools of skills for the mild to moderate learners. And then also this was just to explore how occupation-oriented curricula for the years 1 to 4 skills program are being implemented in the schools of skills for learners with mild to moderate disabilities across the country. Also, the study above will provide information to the project titled Towards the Development of a Qualification for Schools of Skills, a project that will provide basis for the development of a concept document that will propose the standards for the development of the qualifications for learners with MID. Then moving on to now our performance section, Umalusi has 3 programs, and the first one is administration. Under administration, we have 5 sub-programs: the strategy and governance, public relations and communications, information communications technology, human capital management, as well as the finance and supply chain management. And under this program, we have the indicators as displayed. On the number of advocacy initiatives conducted, we have increased our target from the previous financial year, where we had a target of 10, and now we have increased it to a 12, just to ensure that, Umalusi continues to advocate for the work that it does, and just to make sure that, our stakeholders understand the work that we do, and they know about our services and how to reach us. And then on the ICT health score, we have maintained the target of 97%, and the vacancy rate maintained. We previously had wanted to maintain our vacancy rate at less than or equals to 10%. We have now reduced that based on our baseline to 8%. And then the 2 indicators, the percentage of valid invoices, as well as the interim financial statements, they've remained the same. And then our second sub-program, qualifications and research, with 2 sub-programs, qualifications, curriculum and certification, as well as the statistical information and research. And then they have the following: the number of audits conducted, as I said, as part of our key focus areas, is to conduct these audits. So annually, then we have a target of 1. And then on the certificates printed within 30 days, we have maintained annual target or plan of 95%, and the percentage of verification requests completed as well, we've maintained the target of 95%. And just to indicate that these are just the target, within the 30 working days and the 2 working days. However, this does not mean that we do not then get to do everything. Everything else gets done, so all certificates that are due for printing will be printed. However, we're saying, for the timeline, we at least try to make sure that 95% of the received data, for printing is then processed within 30 days, at least 95% of that. And then on our research projects completed, which also is important, as indicated previously, we had previously planned 6 in the previous financial year, and we have now increased that to 7 projects. And then on to our last sub-program, being the quality assurance and monitoring, with 3 sub-programs: the quality assurance of assessment for schools, the quality assurance of assessment for post-school qualifications, and evaluation and accreditation. And then on this one, a number of quality assurance assessment reports published. This one is a bit of it has been reduced. In the previous financial year, we had a target of 9. We have since reduced that to a 7, and this is due to the phased out of the NATED, as we know, from 2026, which is this year. So now the August and April reports will no longer be these. So we had then to reduce our target from 9 to a 7. And then the percentage of received question papers approved per qualification remains at 100%. The number of assessment bodies audited for their state of readiness to conduct examination as well remains at 4, which covers all our assessment bodies. And then the number of subjects for which verification of marking is conducted also remains 95. And then on the number of subjects for which moderation of internal assessment is conducted, also we have reduced that. Previously, we were sitting at 200, and now we are at 170. Again, this is due to the NATED engineering N2 and N3 that will no longer be quality assured by Umalusi from 2026, and the NCV levels 2 and 3, which is now internalized by DHET. And because of those, Umalusi then has had to reduce their target. And then on the percentage of accreditation outcomes for private education institutions, we have increased it from 93% from the previous financial year to a 94%. And then on the percentage of identified accredited private education institutions monitored, also we have increased it by 1% from 92 in the previous financial year to a 93%. And then quickly just touching on some of our challenges. Issues of human resource remains a challenge for Umalusi. However, I think it's good to indicate that we've our council has approved a few positions to assist with the workload. So this is something that Umalusi is constantly reviewing just to see how we can improve the working conditions. But also then the inadequate financial resources to carry out our mandate remains a challenge for Umalusi. And our remedial action is that we're looking at developing an alternative funding model as a long-term solution. Just to indicate that our council has approved a document giving Umalusi permission to continue, engaging with the different stakeholders where this is concerned. And others then include, the offering of alternate curricula for independent schools, and Umalusi is currently developing a framework to regulate schools offering the alternate curricula, and also, the printing of errors in question papers, where consequence management is then applied where it is needed. And just some of the challenges as well. I will not go through all of them, but some includes, the delays in implementing research recommendations and responding to other matters by the minister. And that, we'll continue to engage with the ministers. As indicated earlier, we do conduct research and we give some advices, and what we plan to do is just to continue to engage with the ministers to strengthen our communication protocols and just to ensure that there is efficiency. And then lastly, I'll be touching on the risks and mitigation strategies. Some of our risks includes the staff retention. As indicated, that we do have challenges of workload, and limited staff. So some of the mitigation that we've put in place is to ensure that we have a detailed analysis of the exit interviews to understand better, the reason for staff leaving. But also, there are strategies in place for training and development. The organization offers financial study assistance, just to ensure that at least we improve the conditions of work for employees, and where they need to apply overtime, then also there is a policy on overtime so that at least that is also compensated. And some of our risks includes litigations, and to mitigate this risk is, by strengthening our compliance and governance, ensuring transparent and fair accreditation process, and also strengthening our stakeholder engagement, and maintaining human resources and labor relations. On errors in question papers, what we try and do is to have focused training of moderators, ensuring that there is proofreading, and that we have backup question papers. And I think all of these really has helped Umalusi just see a decrease, where this problem or where these risks, has proven to be a challenge for us. So we do find that our strategies are somewhat effective. and the incorrect reporting of the accreditation of institutions. Also, we ensure that all service requests are logged and that we update the accreditation outcome spreadsheet after each ACC meeting to ensure that what we then publish is accurate and up to date. And others then include, the issues of certificates wrongfully or issued wrongfully, or, certificates that have been withheld from learners, which has a reputational harm for us. So to mitigate this, also we conduct engagements with our assessment bodies to improve their certification processes and adhere to the certification directives and policies that we issue, and to conduct a completeness test to identify the records of candidates not yet certified, and to inform the assessment bodies, to process the applications and correct the errors that have caused the rejections on our system. And then on issues on data sets that are approved under extreme timelines, we ensure that there is constant consultation, to take place with the assessment bodies to identify problems and develop contingency plans on time. And I think that will be the end of my presentation. Thank you.
Good morning, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, the members of the Portfolio Committee, the Honourable Minister and Deputy Minister, Professor Eunice Bellum, the CEO, and also the CEO of SACE and the colleagues from SACE. Good morning from my side. In terms of the budget for Umalusi, if we look forward to the 26-27 financial year, on the slide, we've tried to give a bit of historical information, and then also to focus on the 26-27 financial year. So our budget for the 26-27 financial year is 238.4 million. And then we've also included the 2 outer years to report as a going concern, what we anticipate over the 2 outer years. Now, in terms of the revenue, about 76% of our income comes from the allocation that we receive from the Department of Basic Education, and we generate 24% of our own revenue, which amounts to 56.1 million. And the biggest source of revenue that we have is the verification services that we render. We anticipate to recover around 26.7 million, certification 10.2 million, and the others to follow. Then in terms of our expenditure projections, we follow a similar slide in the format by providing historical data, and then also the budget that was approved for 25-26, and then what we are presenting today, 26-27. So in terms of the presentation, it was already mentioned that we have got 3 programs. Program 1 is administration. The total allocation for Program 1 is just over 107 million, or 45% of the budget. Program 2, our qualifications and research, 37.9 million, or 16% of the total budget. And then quality assurance and monitoring, Program 3, that takes 39% of the budget, or just over 93 million, giving us the total of 238.4 million for the financial year 26-27. Then if we just go a bit deeper into the allocations in terms of Program 1, so for compensation of employees, a total amount of 56.1 million is allocated. For goods and services, 43.8 million, and depreciation of 7.5 million. So in total, Program 1 allocation is 107 million, which represents 45% of the total budget. Then in terms of Program 2, compensation of employees represent 26.7 million, and goods and services 11.2 million. The 37.9 million represents 16% of the total budget. And this program has only the 2 components, whilst Program 1 has got 5 components, and therefore the budget is a bit smaller in terms of the allocation. In terms of Program 3, the quality assurance and monitoring, there are 3 different units within this program. In terms of compensation of employees, 42.3 million, and goods and services, 50.7 million. the total of 93 million, which represents 39%. And a lot of the mandate of Umalusi in terms of question papers and the monitoring of exams is handled within this program. And it is a bit of a challenge in terms of our allocation to keep up with the monitoring requirements, and therefore this is also a program that is affected by the financial challenges that we have within the organization. On the next slide, we just try to also illustrate some of the cost drivers over the past 5 financial years for the portfolio committee to also take note of some of the challenges. Our IT expenses in 2020-21 was just over 12.9 million, and in 24-25 audited figures, we stand at over 22 million in terms of IT expenses. Travel locally, it is a big part of our responsibility to send monitors to schools and exam centers across the country. And the local travel expenses has also more than nearly tripled in terms of where we started in 2020-21 of just over 6.2 million, and in 24-25 we stand at 16.2 million. Security services to secure our property has also more than doubled, and maintenance and repairs, because Umalusi own the 2 properties that we have, we are also responsible for our own maintenance and repairs, and that has also drastically increased over the past 5 years. Just as an indication that over the past 5 years, just on these 5 items, the total was 20.9 million, and in the 24-25 audited report, we already stand at 43.6 million, showing how drastically some of our expenditures increased over the past 5 years and the pressures that we are facing in terms of our budget. In terms of the next slide, I've just already actually talked on a number of these aspects, but maybe just to highlight that the 26-27 budget of just over 238 million represents a 9% increase from the previously original budget of 218 million for the 25-26 financial year. And from this, the transfer from the Department of Basic Education amounts to 182 million. And the rest is the own revenue that we anticipate to generate. And the anticipation is that we will be able to generate this income, but it is dependent on requests of services from clients in terms of verification and in terms of accreditation of private institutions. The next 3 bullets point basically on the slide is the 3 different programs that I've already touched on. And I must, however, just also indicate that despite a 9% increase from the prior year's original budget to the current year, the financial resources is limited to be able to address all of the needs in terms of our complete mandate. Chairperson and members, this is where I conclude. I hand back to the CEO for the last slide.
Thank you very much, Molly. Thank you very much, Mr. van der Walt. In the last slide, we just convey our appreciation to our council for their support. And we want to thank the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee and the honorable members for the opportunity to present the Umalusi's annual performance plan and the budget. And I might as well just thank the minister and the deputy minister for their support to the work of Umalusi. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Greatly appreciated.
Thank you very much, CEO. SACE, CEO of SACE.
Thank you very much. Am I audible today?
Yes, you're audible.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let me just put this on the slide mode.
Okay. The presenter is not audible.
CEO, the last time we got you, you were putting the presentation on a slide mode, but now you went quiet. CEO? CEO, can you hear us? Because you're quiet. Anyone from SACE who can assist? Colleagues from SACE, anyone who can assist?
Am I audible now, Chair?
Yeah, you're audible now.
Oh, okay. Yeah, because I don't know what
CEO,
happened.
you've got 20 minutes. We gave each institution 20 minutes to present. You're audible now.
Okay. I think as I became audible, the slides also disappeared. I'm trying to share again.
The slides appear on our side.
Okay, on my side, I can't see them, but it's fine. Let me go to the manual process then. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, Chair. Let me then go straight to the legislative environment. Obviously, the SACE Act, as the Minister has already indicated, is giving us a mandate for professional registration, continuing professional development in terms of promoting it, but also the issues of setting and maintaining both ethical and professional standards. We are also indicating other legislations that are critical to the work that we do, because we work collaboratively with other government departments and entities. For example, in terms of the child protection, obviously from DSD, DOJC, those legislations around Children's Act and Criminal Law, Sexual Offenders Related Matters Act becomes important. Also, our collaboration with SAQA is very important in terms of the qualifications, verification, but also those qualifications that are supposed to be on the NQF level, especially in the teacher education and development space. We looking at different plans and strategies that are critical to our work in terms of the National Development Plan, for example, and also your medium-term development MTDP. So others, let me not go into them because they are more related to the work that we do with regard to continuing professional development, although the SACE Act is giving SACE powers and authority to implement the continuing professional teacher development system, but we also need to look into other plans like your integrated strategic planning framework on teacher education and also the national policy framework on teacher education. These are our regulatory frameworks in terms of the Code of Professional Ethics, Professional Teaching Standards, our professional registration, as well as the continuing professional teacher development system. So as we do all this work, it's also important to remind the portfolio committee that we have the mandate of regulating the profession, but also to professionalize it. And as we do that, we have a professionalization path that has been approved by council to make sure that from when a person says, I want to become a teacher, until you exit the system, you should have gone through the entire path in terms of the three areas, green areas that are showing initial teacher education space, and the yellow ones, once you are newly qualified, and the red ones, once you are experienced educator within the teaching profession up to the leadership stage. And again, as the minister said in the opening address, that we also doing all this because we want to make sure that we have a credible and teaching profession, and in doing that we grow ethical and capable and developmental teachers in the teaching profession and make sure that the public has got confidence in the work that we're doing. Part A focuses on strategic focus of the organization. Again, I've already spoken about the vision, and you can see also we have the values of the profession, and also the mission indicates the areas that we focus on in terms of our jurisdiction for regulation and professionalization, starting from the student teachers to the educators themselves who are practicing, and your ECD practitioners. Let me not go into college lecturers and others because they are part of higher education space. Our impact statement, in line with our mandate, is really to enhance public confidence in the credibility of the teaching profession, and I can't overemphasize this area. We've spoken about it already, and our strategic alignment really it's linked to the constitution and legislative mandate that I've already indicated, and I'm not going to repeat it. And the same applies to the National Development Plan in terms of building a capable, ethical, and developmental state, and the medium-term development plan, including to what an extent do we take the departmental plans into account, including the State of the Nation address. We are also presenting the external environment analysis in terms of the early learning outcomes and inequality issues within the system. And we are indicating here that we are developing, through the support of UNICEF, a framework for professionalizing the teaching profession, but we're not doing that in isolation. Obviously, collaboration is key. Then the Department of Basic Education becomes very important, so that we really strengthen each other instead of working parallel to each other. And therefore, as we do that, issues of professional registration, issues of professional standards that the department has commenced, and we've taken them to the sector, to the practitioners themselves to strengthen them, and also to the teacher unions, but including the issues around using those standards to make sure that the provisioning of programs, the provisioning of curriculum, as well as your material within that sector, it's really strengthened against those particular standards. We are looking at also the issues around the supply and demand of teachers within the sector, and we've doing a big research with the support of the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation in terms of looking at the quality from a perspective of the areas of specializations that the teachers that we are registering, newly qualified educators, what kind of areas of specialization are they coming with? Are we producing more teachers in particular areas and less in others? But the report at the end of the day will be able to tell us some of those issues. Issues of sexual harassment and statutory rape, they are still, we're still having many cases around those ones. But I think the programs that we are having through Code of Professional Ethics and others will be able to assist us. The internal environment analysis, we're looking at inputs in terms of the partnerships that we have, the collaboration, but also the frameworks that we are having, so that we can be in a position to have an impact that we want in terms of ensuring a credible and teaching profession within the entire system. So, Chair, let me leave it at that in terms of the introduction and giving the context and background, and hand over to Ms. Opete in terms of Part C, so that we can deal with the measuring of our performance and the 5 programs that we have. Thank you very much. Ms. Opete. Susan? Oh, okay. Susanna, are you coming all right?
Apologies, CEO, I just needed to unmute myself. Sorry for that. Yes, right. Good morning to the Chairperson of Portfolio Committee, morning Minister and DM, morning CEO of Umalusi and my colleagues. I will be dealing with the measuring of performance, part C of our APP. And with regards to the APP, we want to indicate that according to the framework for strategic plan and annual performance plan from the Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation, if you had changes within your five-year strategic plan, which started in 2025-26, you need to declare it in the APP as part of the annexure. So we are providing these two slides just to indicate that we had amendments with regards to our strategic plan. So one of the amendments that we have an amendment in program 1, and that area is within the outcome indicator that we have reviewed the outcome indicator aligned to program 1, where we are measuring the percentage of internal and external audit recommendations. So this indicator, we did not just remove it from the strategic plan, but however, we have taken the indication and we have put that indicator in the annual performance plan under program 1 as well. So with regards to program 2, the amendment that we have is the program, it's the name of the program that we have slightly amended. We just want to indicate that there was just one wording that was not there, and very important wording, so that we can follow the professionalization path that the CEO has just indicated, and is the induction part of the name of the program, which is professional registration, induction and certification. Program 4, which is professional development, quality management and assurance, we have amended the area of outcome indicator, where we have reviewed it from the percentage of educators satisfied with professional development to also deal with issues of quality within the classroom itself, where we are indicating that the amendment is the percentage of educators applying knowledge and skills gained from the professional development practices. So you will see that we have explained quite extensively with regards to this one, because we were heeding to the portfolio committee comments in the past year when they were talking to issues of educator professional development, and indicating that we need to drill down to the classroom and ensure that it really reflects service quality, and also ensuring that our SACE mandate is giving quality and impactful within the professional development spectrum. With regards to the outcomes, we just provide in this next 2 slides as well, just to provide an update to the portfolio committee regarding those outcomes that we have within our strategic plan, to say that we are tracking the outcomes through the annual reports as well as through the APP. So these are just the outcomes that we have been tracking, and therefore we will be providing more details when we deal with the annual report by the end, almost towards the end of this financial year, where we have the first outcome of efficient and effective governance. As I have already indicated, that this one has been amended to we will be providing that update. The maintenance of professional standards, we are indicating that indeed we are working with issues of higher education institutions, especially with implementing the professional teaching standards. We're developing the ECD, professional teacher professionalization, and we are also framework, and we are also ensuring that we register student teachers from year 4, but we are going to be working from year 1 when we register student teachers. The next 3 outcome indicators that we are tracking within the strategic plan is the issues of ethical standards, eligible reported misconduct cases of educators and practitioners that we are finalizing. We have a 5-year target of about 50%, where the indicator within the APP will help us also to track this outcome indicator. We also have the indicator within our strategic plan, percentage of educators applying knowledge and skills, where we are indicating that for now we have the development of this evaluation tool that we have developed to track that outcome indicator. And then we have the research projects, where we are advising the minister through the evidence-based advisory policy, so that we are also having certain projects and research that we have been doing, and have been about 3 documents have been, research journals have been accepted, and we are moving with that one.
With regards to the programs for the 2026-27 annual performance plan, we have program 1, where within program 1, Chairperson, we have 2 performance indicators specifically that we have added through program 1. We have a total of 8 programs, 8 indicators that we have. Of these 2 indicators, I'm just going to focus on them. The requested to include an indicator that we are going to deal with issues of disaster in the country. We also have indicator 1.1.6, where we are dealing with preferential procurement, where we also have to deal with we have to develop that in supporting SMMEs. We have program 2. With program 2, we have a total of 4 performance indicators. Chairperson, with regards to this one, we have an indicator that we have kind of returned to the APP based on the issues that we're discussing through the ENE with the Department of Treasury, where we have the percentage of eligible fit to practice qualified registrant issued with differentiated certificate. With that indicator, we have to make sure that we are registering only fit to practice educators, and they are subjected to giving police clearance and other documentation before we register them. The next indicators that we have are the indicators that we've had in the previous financial year. But however, what we have increased within this indicator, which also I believe that in the previous portfolio committee, it was also highlighted, number of schools and colleges monitored on professional registration status of educators and lecturers. We have increased that target to 324 from the 118 that we had in the previous financial year. We also have program 3, which is ethical standards, where we are dealing with the cases. We have indicator 3.1.1. You will see that this indicator is a qualitative indicator, not a quantitative indicator. We don't have a percentage anymore on this one, because we do know that we have a lot of backlog cases that are amounting to currently from the 2019 up until 2024, we have about 1,300 cases that have been backlogged. So therefore, we have that annual target, knowingly that we have the backlog cases, and however the cases finalized through referrals, investigation, mediation, and recommendation, we are also including cases that are happening during the financial year, because the previous indicator was just dealing with the backlog and not taking it upon itself with the cases that we are doing within the financial year. We have indicators that we have also included, and within this is the indicator of 3.1.4 percentage of sanctioned sexual misconduct cases reported to SAPS, because we have, I think, had the call from the portfolio committee regarding to say that what are we doing with those cases after we have dealt with them, after those educators have been found guilty? Are we sending it to SAPS? So we are measuring it within our APP, so we will be able to provide the numerator and the denominator whilst we have it as a percentage. One indicator that we have included the turnaround time, so that we can be able to report those cases to the teacher employers after we have dealt with those cases, especially those ones that we are removing from the role, in order to mitigate against educators moving from one school to the next. We are saying that after the council has dealt with all of the processes, we will be able to say that within 10 days, all of those cases are sent to the teacher employers. When we move to program 4, professional development, quality management, and assurance, we have a total of 4 performance indicators. Within this performance indicator, we have an indicator of educators supported on professional matters in selected district. Within this indicator, we just want to alert the portfolio committee that within the technical indicator description, which is one of the annexures within the APP, we have indicated which district we are fully focusing on within the financial year. So the first year of the strategic plan, we focused on certain district, but all the provinces are covered, and we are focusing on one district. So, but within this APP, we have taken that those other districts that we did not complete within the previous financial year, added to them the other district that we would want to also focus on when we deal with this indicator of supporting educators. And then we have also the indicators that we've had in the previous financial year, which is 4.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4, which are going unchanged, and we are following the APP. With regards to Program 5, which is about research and policy coordination, we have a total of 2 indicators within the program itself. The annual target has been increased because we've had partnerships with different universities, so we are able to complete the research that we are doing, as well as, I believe the CEO mentioned that we are working with your Department of Planning, Monitoring and Evaluation to assist us with the research. So we were able to see that we will be able to meet the target of 4 within the financial year when we deal with the reports produced. So for those reports, we also must make sure that we disseminate it to the profession and the stakeholders. So that's why we have a target of 4. So I believe I'm finished on my side, CEO. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Sopete. Chair, with your permission, CFO will finalize with the budget. Thanks, CFO.
Thanks, CEO. Can you move to the next slide? Me? Ms. Sopete, can you? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. Thanks a lot, Chair. Greetings to the Portfolio Committee, our Minister, and all other colleagues from other entities. Let me indicate that the Council is funded, as we are aware, that mainly through self-generated revenue, with an additional transfer funds from the fiscus intended for the management of CPTD. For the current financial year, we have a budget of 140 million, of which 17.8 million is the one which comes from the fiscus for the purposes of the CPTD. For the MTF period, the Council projects its revenue to bet an average of 138 million instead of the error which is there of 322. For the financial years 24-25 and 25-26, the Council implemented or enforced the compliance to its membership policy, whereby most of our educators were non-compliant. Since they registered, they disappeared from interacting with the profession, which made us not to be aware where they are. Some of them, they passed on, some are no longer in the same profession, some have already retired. So when we enforce the membership compliance, we achieved a lot in terms of ensuring that the number of active educators increases. And in that process, because there are penalties which are charged for the year which an educator did not contribute the membership fee, we managed to raise reasonable money from those educators, which assisted us to adjust the budget in those 2 years. That's why when you look at 2025, 2026, our projection or our budget or our comparison figure shows that we had a budget of 156 million, and for this current financial year, it's going down to 140 million. It goes down in the sense that we budget based on the guaranteed revenue that we can collect, and should along the way we recover or we collect more from those who are complying to the membership policy, we will be able to adjust the budget accordingly. We'll continue enforcing the compliance to the membership fee, to the membership policy. The revenue base for the Council remained constant since 2023 financial year, when the Council reviewed educator membership fees as the main source of funding, from 180 to 198 per annum. The Council has taken note of the current resource base that is not sufficient to satisfactorily take the operations through the MTF period. Council could not finalize the review of funding during the 25-26 financial year as previously committed due to factors beyond its control. The review of funding to stabilize the Council revenue is one of the top priorities for the 2026-27, there's an error of the 26 there on that financial year. So we hope that the next council sitting will at the same time work on this high priority. The budget will be adjusted accordingly once the decision has been taken, and that will improve the MTEF projections once the decision is reached. In terms of our expenditure, the next slide, the council recovered 22.5 million of outstanding debts or fees during the 25-26 financial year, which improved the budget. That's the element that I said earlier in terms of enforcement of the membership policy. The 26-27 budget reflects a material reduction of mandatory functions budget line items in favor of contractual obligations because of the revenue guaranteed base, which remains constant. Which means that when we do the budgeting, we look at the contractual obligations first before we do the allocations to the mandatory functions, which leaves us with less funds to allocate to the mandatory functions. And that on its own indicates that there is a reduction in terms of the indicators that we have to achieve based on the budget. So should the council conclude this matter as early as possible during the course of the financial year, the budget will be adjusted accordingly. Let me indicate that for the 25-26, the council had obtained approval to utilize 17.1 million of its accumulated surplus, of which 8.8 was allocated for that financial year. So that's why you'll find that it had a deficit. That's the previous financial year. So that amount is no longer in existence in the current financial year because it has been spent in the years which it was approved for. That was intended to ease the educator care's workload, as we have seen that even in terms of the indicators, there was a change based on the fact that the workload has subsided during those financial years. So for now, we no longer project to deal with the same number of cases from the previous financial year. As outlined in the detailed budget, the council's mandatory functions will deliver at the lowest levels, informed by what I've just indicated, the budgetary constraints. Let me indicate one item which affect the vacancy rate of council. Currently, we have 4 managerial positions which remained vacant, which affect our vacancy rate. That is being addressed through job evaluation, which is underway. So immediately, the council is reconstituted for the next term, which will be by the end of this month. This is one of the priority, including the revenue review that they will look at to ensure that the council is capacitated to be able to render its fiduciary responsibilities. Let me indicate that as we continue implementing the membership compliance measures, it is anticipated that additional revenue will be generated during the year and will be utilized to improve the service delivery, which means the budget will be adjusted accordingly. We will, in the circumstances, we will continue to implement effective cost containment measures to ensure acceptable levels with the available resources without going beyond the available resources. Thank you.
Thank you very much, CFO and Mesopete. Thanks, Chairperson. We are done from our side. Thanks.
Thank you very much to both Umalusi and SACE for those comprehensive presentations. Honorable members, I am now going to note hands that want to engage with the presentation, to ask questions, engage. We'll start with Honorable Shkwambana, Honorable Law, Honorable Kaba. Those are the only hands that I'm able to see on the platform. Okay, Honorable Mkiza, Honorable Yordan, and Honorable Makakula, Honorable Komani as well. Okay. Honorable Shkwambana, you will start in that order.
Thank you very much, Chair, and greetings to honorable members of the Portfolio Committee, SACE and Umalusi. I will start my question with SACE. I was listening to the presentation when it was presented, and amongst others on the presentation, the presenters indicated that they've experienced a huge number of people who are not complying in terms of the membership fee of the profession itself. But however, because of some number of reasons that may have contributed to that, people not to comply, they've managed to recover a notable amount of money from that. That means that they've recovered, or they've actually followed those individuals and they've actually found them, and with that regard, they've managed to recover a notable amount of money. So my question to that fact is that what does the profession body do when someone is not complying in terms of the membership fee for many years, and the person continues to teach and continues to render services in our schools, but they are not complying with regard to the regulations of the profession body? That is one question that I may want to understand from the professional body, to say what powers do you have beside following until you get that person. What do you do in terms of the profession of that particular individual? A person is a teacher, is already in class teaching our people, but is not complying with the professional board. What do you do to that person? The other issue that which I want to raise with the professional body SACE is that we've got a number of young educators who have actually graduated, and they are not working as we speak now. A lot of them. And we are well aware that SACE do charge such individuals the registration fee of the profession body itself. And as the EFF, we take serious note of that conduct, to say it is actually unfair for the professional body to collect revenue on people who are unemployed. And when you say there are people who are not complying in terms of the membership and the registration fee, are you also including these young educators who are not working as we speak now, and you are charging them the registration fee? Are you also including these individuals? Because my understanding is that, how do I pay a registration fee when I'm not employed? Where do I get the money? Where do I get the money to pay for this registration fee that the professional body is looking for? Else, as the EFF, we have actually made a call to say we must actually call for a waiver of these professional registration fees in all professional bodies that we may have in South Africa, because it has not come across being fair to those individuals who are not in the system, who are not working, but are still expected to pay the registration fee. And we are calling for portfolio committees of different portfolios to actually come together, and then we discuss this issue, and we discuss the fairness or unfairness of this issue. But as the EFF were saying, we do not see anything fair for a person who's not employed, who's a graduate, but still is requested to pay for a registration fee. It does not come across to us as a fair practice, which we are calling for the review of that practice to say it does not assist us. But generally, if I may ask, how much do you collect, SACE alone, a year from from the unemployed graduates? How much do you collect for registration fee? Because there are many of them, and we need to know how much are these people paying and how much are these people contributing into a profession that they are not even benefiting anything from that particular profession, because they are not at work as we speak. Now, some of them, they even get tired, go look for other jobs. Others, they will pursue other professions, go to school, further their educations in different professions, because they are not finding employment here on basic education, but yet they are charged registration fee. How much are you collecting in a year only on this category of unemployed graduates? Teachers, how much are you actually collecting? So the other question that I may have, it will go to Umalusi. How many online schools do you have, Umalusi, in your system as registered online schools? Because we need to check how many do we have these schools that are providing education to our kids, but they are doing it online, so that we know, are you actually enforcing compliance and also making sure that you follow and understand who and where is this person located, and how are they delivering that particular education to our learners. And all these online schools that you have in your system, are you charging them, and how much are you charging them? Because majority of these online schools are actually charging fees to their clients. I just want to understand, is there any amount that Umalusi is charging to these registered online schools that you've got in your system, so that you create, or it form part of your revenue collection? And what do you do with those that are rendering services, are teaching our kids in our schools or in their schools, wherever they may be, but they are not registered? What do you do to such schools? Because we also do have schools that, or we do have individuals that are offering education to our kids, but they are not actually known by the system, particularly you, Umalusi, you don't know them. They are not registered. When I say you don't know them, I don't mean like you don't know they exist. You know they exist, these people, but they are not registered. What do you do with those individuals? Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you. In that order, it was Honorable Law.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me start by greeting the departmental officials led by the Minister. And Chair, I think I must also apologize. I would not be able to put on the camera because of the interception of the network. As I know, the rules regulate that we should at all material times put our cameras on, but because of the challenges that I'm confronted with, I will not be able to put it on. And let me put my apology to that regard. And I'll also, Chair, wish to check what the Chair informally in this particular meeting, at the last meeting, as to how far we with regard to the documentation that we could have requested last time in the portfolio committee to the Minister with regard to the issues that we have raised or that were seriously raised on the irregularities, and how far we written to the entities of importance that we said they must investigate the matters. And if we receive documentation, we should look onto the matter so that we're able to be updated onto the particular matter so that one can be able to know. So, Chair, I'm going to start by welcoming the two presentations of SACE and Umalusi in giving us the annual performance plan that provides comprehensive and strategic aligned framework to advance the teachers' organization in all fairness, and not forgetting the fact that in all of these issues, we will have to deal with the success of the APP. They will depend on making sure that we address the institutional capacity constraints And we also improve our implementation mechanisms and also strengthen our stakeholder collaborations so that without all of that, we do not also put ambiguous goals, but we rather outline them so that they are able to be fulfilled and they are realized and they are realistic, so that as we come and play our oversight, ultimately we are able to get as to what is the work that is being done and is there progress, and how do we therefore align in wanting to strengthen. So I got some few questions that I could have put into effect as one was going through the presentation. And in one of the critical questions that one wants to pursue is the question that we could have had our discussion with SACE last time. And I would want to dwell in much onto the matter of the ICT systems and the digital transformation, where I would want to start by checking what is the progress that has been made in implementing the digital systems for registrations, case management, and stakeholder engagement, because it is quite enormous that we know. And I would also want to know how is SACE addressing challenges related to fragmented information systems and poor data integration, and what measures are in place, Chair, to mitigate the cybersecurity risk, including hacking and data breaches that occurs in time to time in entities. And I also want to know how will the digital transformation improve efficiency and transparency and service delivery outcomes with regard to that, because I'm raising this because if we are going to modernize and digitalize our entities, we are able to trace our work, we are able to look onto performance and be able to know what we want to do. And I'll also want to jump in also, Chair, to check what are the key financial constraints that are affecting SACE's ability to deliver on its mandate in most instances. And up to so far, what progress has been made in developing a sustainable funding model for SACE? SACE must expedite and tell us what are their plans in making sure that they've got a sustainable funding and a model that is going to be responsive to making sure that they deal with their programs. And I'd also want to know, how does SACE prioritize resource allocation in across their 5 programs, given the limited funding that they are confronted with ever since we've been engaging them? And how is the department also supporting SACE to ensure adequate resources for its expanded mandate are also being taken into cognizance, so that we are able to look onto those particular issues in that way? And critical to any institution, Chair, is your risk management and their forecasting planning as to what they want to attain in going forward. And I would want to know what are the most significant strategic risks that have been identified ever since they have developed the APP, and how effective are they mitigating the strategies in these strategies as they have been confronted with. And does SACE prepare for emerging challenges so that we're able to know, because of their digital education, this AI, and their changing teacher roles, do you prepare for such challenges that might come, and are you more proactive and flexible in responding to the current modern growth of the technologies and the advancement of globalization in terms of how we want to do the pedagogical approach in terms of teaching and learning? And also, Chair, moving to Umalusi, because I'll be mindful of the time and I know that there are many members here, I would want to jump in Umalusi. Umalusi has been doing very great with regard to their performance plan, and they've been also making sure that they plan accordingly. And one would have really, could have went through and seen that they are revealing significant challenges in particularly regulating and emerging education sectors, and they ensuring financial sustainability and translating into outputs that are going to be measurable, that are going to give us educational outcomes that are effective and that are going to be responsive in the education system. And what becomes quite enormous and important for us to raise these particular issues, I would want to draw Chair's attention, because when last we met with Umalusi, we would have raised quite important issues of Umalusi. And I think Honorable Shukomane could have highlighted some of the issues. And I would want to shoot straight on to Program 3 on their quality assurance and monitoring, because we need to know in what way does implementation of moderation process contribute to the targeted outcome of the credible and the standardized assessment of the instrument, and what steps are taken to ensure that accreditation and monitoring activities are attained through the outcome of compliance and quality assured assessment bodies and institutions? And can the entity maybe expedite much more on how they are dealing with monitoring of the examination and marking centers that contributes to the outcome of fair, reliable, integrity, and driven examination processes in mitigating the factors of leakages and factors of the papers that are being stolen by those who are within close verification, and implementing marking verification and standardization processes? How will Umalusi ensure that outcome of this consistent and comparable learner performance standards are being met so that one is able to check onto those particular issues, Chair? And also, Chair, what is quite concerning on program 2 when you look on Umalusi, because they would have spoken on to the qualification and research in the trust on their outcomes as the relevant qualifications, the credibility certification, and their knowledge in general. What becomes an important, I would want to know, I've got 2 questions that I want to pose to them. How will the implementation of the qualification reviews on the general and further education and training qualification sub-framework contribute to the targeted outcome of relevant and credible qualification within the system of education? And what outcomes are expected from the research agenda on the qualifications, and how will this contribute to evidence-based policy development and system improvement? Having to say that, Chair, I wish to submit, and I thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable Kabanchaba.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chair. Let me also say to Chair, where I am, the network is very bad. I won't be able to show my picture because it can shut me down. I hope, Chair, you'll agree with my request. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, Honorable Minister and Honorable Deputy Minister, honorable members, departments, all departments who are here in the platform. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me welcome all the presentations that have been presented before us. Chairperson, let me go straight to the SACE. In program 1, Chairperson, SACE talks about the strengthening institutional capacity and public confidence. Chairperson, my question is that in line of the target of 80% implementation of audit recommendations, what are the key risks preventing fully 100% implementation? And how will these affect governance outcomes? Can the SACE take us into confidence on how the single campaign planned for 2026 and 2027 will meaningfully improve public confidence in the teaching profession? And what measurable outcomes are expected? Chair, what is hindering the entity from increasing the 15% spending of operational budget on SMMEs? Mainly because across the globe, it is proven that they are major job creation. That is SACE, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Chaba. In that order, it was Honorable Mkhize.
Thank you very much, Chair. Emkhontweni kasaba ukuvela. Well, greetings, Chairperson. Greetings, Minister.
Uyaganga wena Mkhize.
Greetings, Minister. Greetings, the DG, the SACE CEO, Umalusi, CEO, and all other leaders. Just greetings, leaders, if I didn't even mention your name. I'll start with SACE, Chair. SACE, the slow pace of resolving disciplinary issues, of course, also relating to staff gaps that you see, continues to be glaringly worrying. And I didn't hear you speaking strongly in terms of how to actually solve this. I'm just asking this question to you in a lower spirit because I know at some point you complained about budget cuts, severe budget cuts, which are destroying the government, all the social services departments in South Africa. So, but I need you to be able to be very strongly expressive in terms of how to deal with increasing the space, simply because the continued what called delay in solving these cases is perpetuation of violence on the ground. It's perpetuation of harassment. It's perpetuation of severe working conditions for the professionals in the education sector. We know we have vultures in the system, old men who are preying on the young professionals, the bullies, the professional bullies who are bullying the teachers in pursuit of ascending to higher position or stopping the young ones who are more capable from ascending to positions that will help the system to grow. So we can't afford our arms and give up in saying there's nothing we can do. I would need to hear SACE, at least SACE, lay your limitations bare for the society to know what is killing you, because this can't continue, SACE. Lack of trainings on sexual harassment and assault in schools is a problem, SACE, and you are not really keeping up with it. I see you slowly retracting to the corner of helplessness, noting the point you made under budget reductions that they are destroying your mandatory function. Now, I'm curious, what are those mandatory functions and how are they then going to affect the quality of improving the quality of our working conditions in terms of the teachers on the ground? Because young girls are harassed there. These issues of sexual harassment are true. Sexual assaults are true. The case of one school that happened on the 21st of March 2026. The school is called Cut High School. It is in Eastern Cape, Amatola District. It is Quintile 4. Girls were sexually assaulted in the hostels of this school. The boys went inside through the windows. They forced themselves inside. They sexually assaulted the young girls. It happened on 21st of March, SACE. And I hear now that that young girl is being given to a still developing social worker to deal with the matter. And it's even worse, very worse, SACE, because the school management suggested that this case should not be pursued because these boys are boyfriends of these girls. Suggesting that if you are a girlfriend of somebody, that person has a right to sexually assault you, which speaks to glaring lack of awareness on issues of gender sensitivity, sexual rights and sexual assault and sexual harassment by school management. So question is, SACE, what are you doing to address this case? Because I know it's reported to you through DPE. And what are you doing to educate the school managers to understand that even if you are married, you are not allowed as a man to force yourself sexually to your so-called wife. And they think now if it's your boyfriend, he can do anything on you. And if what's school management, which makes this worrying statement. After that, they treat it as a petty case, and the parent is highly aggrieved by this. So SACE, what are you doing not only for that school? As much as I would like a direct report on Cut High School, the incidents I've highlighted, but for other schools as well, because the problem is much deeper. And the case of Jeremiah's Mdaga Primary School, SACE, where principals assaulted a learner up until the learner started building. After that, they locked the learner in the house without the consent of the learner, of the parents, because they were scared now that the learner is bleeding and they don't want the learner to go home with the blood full all over the school shed. So what are you doing with Jeremiah Mdaga Primary? SACE, what disciplinary action are you taking there, and how do you protect the kids from other schools? Because there are these vultures who are professionals who have disregard of human rights, who are not even scared of making a young child bleed. The case in point are those two I've highlighted, but we also need to look at the poor understanding of gender sensitivity issues as part of sexual reproductive health and human rights. It's still a problem. The school managers, the teachers, they had lack awareness on these things and gender sensitivity issues. And what do you do, says, to upscale in terms of doing those trainings to capacitate them and noting the budget limitations that you spoke about, which I think you need to shout much louder about it because it's killing this system. And I could there cite a case of Mtwalume High School, where the school principal chased a young girl out of school, depriving her learner her right to learn under Section 29 of the Constitution, simply because she's wearing trousers, school trousers, instead of school shirts. So the principal there felt like culturally, religiously, or whatever, she's a female, she must behave like a female in terms of his own cultural religious beliefs. And that takes me to the next point, says the cultural, religious, and social diversity issues affecting school management, teaching, and learning. What are you doing to sensitize the teachers that if you're Christian and you all saved in the name of whoever, how do you prevent that from affecting your professional ethics in the working space? Don't impose, how do you make sure that you don't impose your own cultural beliefs or religious beliefs in the system? I think these are the things you need to look at, and especially in the rural community, in township communities and farm communities where issues of culture are seen as law, regardless of how unconstitutional they may be. So you need to be really looking into this in terms of creating capacity, says, not only to police, but to create capacity to say, our managers, teachers, they must learn to forget their cultures and religions when they enter into a professional space of teaching and learning, because we are culturally diverse. We are not all culturally grounded on a particular doctrine and all that. Some of us come from different backgrounds. How to ensure that the professionals are culturally sensitive, religiously sensitive as well, and they don't molest or challenge or abuse the children because of their so-called beliefs. The case of logging, I think there's a challenge you have, says, with logging, tracking, and closing of cases within the prescribed period. You, at certain point, you said after 10 days, you hand over the case to the teacher employers. And I'm asking myself, how do you then track how that case is closed after you've handed it over to whoever? So do you have a specific procedure that you follow to open the case, log the case, solve the case, track the case, and close it properly within a specific time frame? Because if you continue to deal with cases in open-ended fashion, you don't know when to close them. It's a problem. They have to be closed at certain points so that the victim can get justice. Under budget, I think one must applaud the 22.5 million budget recovery, noting what debt recovery, noting what Kwambana said. I think we subscribe to that. Budget reduction influencing mandatory function of SACE. SACE, if you could be a little bit clear on that one. What mandatory function will be reduced by the budget cuts and how it will affect the quality of the education system? To move to Umalusi, Chair, if you allow me, I'm not sure if we should separate, but I've got few for Umalusi. Umalusi, the poor preparation for NSC exams is very concerning. And we have seen in the recent past that fewer exam centers were actually monitored by yourself. As a result, you have a case of a Ngabeni community in Msing as well in Jani Secondary. You are still withholding the results of those learners. You allege even the deceased learners of coping. You allege even the learners who stopped attending school in quarter one of coping at exam center, which shows that you actually rely on assumptions. There's no proper science for you to detect coping, address coping, and close it within a very short period of time. Please, Umalusi, I'm begging you, release the results of the kids and Ngabeni communities within Jani school, and be able to also deal with the fact that you have delayed some of those learners from applying universities and getting jobs. You need to find a way to facilitate reparation for those who you wrongly alleged for coping while they were not there, when there's no evidence which is there for them. So, which is there against them. So I need you to look at this issue of poor preparation, the shortage of human resources as well that you spoke about, to monitor these centers. So the Zonijani community is still waiting. It is injustice that you are doing. You need to attend to it. There's very, very poor investigative capacity leading to delayed and incompetent processes which compromise the learners in black communities. We are protecting the black communities, Melusi. Your practices, we are not going to allow those which victimizes people from poor communities because nobody will going to stand for them. Like Ngabeni committee spoke about. Please look at your investigative processes. When you've alleged people, it should be based on certain prima facie or substantive evidence for you to allege a person. And even if they are alleged, be able to investigate quick, find facts. If there are no facts, acquit people from allegations that are unfounded and give them their certificates, because if you withhold the results, you know that is against the Constitution, including the Bella Act. We are not allowed to be withholding the results undue. And after that, think you carry no responsibility to facilitate reparation for those who have wrongly alleged and perpetually investigated up until they lost opportunities that were scarcely available. Workloading, workloading and limited staff. I think I heard that point from you because I'm also listening to you. But you are saying you're going to be doing exit interviews with staff who are leaving. And to me, that suggests you know why people are leaving. You know it's got to do with the working conditions. That's why you say you'll be upscaling on exit interviews. And my question is, have you not done any already? And if you did, what was your learning? Why people are leaving the institution? After leaving, how fast are you capable of employing and closing the staff gaps? Because now we are saying above, you can't do your job because you've got staff gaps, but we are having high staff attrition, but we have not spoken to your turnaround time in terms of closing those staff gaps. Because if you do this, things like Englabeni happen. And because of the weaknesses that come from you. So how do you solve those things? I need to know how we are quickly addressing the staff gaps. The 76% of budget comes from DPE, and you raise the 24% elsewhere. Okay, I'm going to pass on that one, but I'm asking myself why you are not giving full amount of money for you to do a very critical job of ensuring highest standard of quality. And I think I will lobby that you are giving 100% budget from government. Why we have to go around and look for 24%? There's another mandate now that shouldn't be yours, because yours will be to make sure there's proper quality education, there's proper assessment, proper standards, and proper monitoring of the implementation on the ground. Last 2 points: quality assurance and monitoring takes about 10% of your budget. It's somewhat also worrying me because I'm asking myself, is that a reason why you can't do monitoring in schools so that we end up having the case of Ngabeni that I spoke about? Why we're not seeing more money going to this? Instead, we see more money going to administration. And I wonder what it means if you're saying it goes to administration. I think you mean salaries and all that. So why the budget is not increased so that it is able to help you work, do your work, and be able to pay your staff? Last point, lots of funds spent on traveling by monitors. I think, and you are saying it as tribute now, I think you need to get into a creative space, Malusi. People travel simply because they're staying far from where the work must be done. Question is, don't you have localized assets that can easily move around to get to the places where monitoring should be done? Why do you have to make people travel from Joburg to KZN? Don't we have competent people in KZN closer to district who want to monitor? Why are spending a lot of money on travel? Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. In that order, it was Honorable Jordan.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Let me thank the presenters for the presentations that have been made. Actually, let me start by greeting yourself, Chairperson, and the committee, as well as the Honorable Minister, the Deputy Minister, the DBE, and representatives from SACE and Umalusi. Chairperson, I'd like to welcome the presentations from both entities as we recognize the importance of the roles that SACE and Umalusi play in safeguarding standards in education. However, we are still seeing persistent concerns with regards to a gap between plans and the implementation thereof. Last year, this committee raised serious concerns about ethical misconduct backlogs, weak enforcement of ethical standards, problems that affect the safety of learners, manual systems, and impractical processes due to funding constraints. And it's therefore important for us to understand whether real progress have been made, whether the same structural issues continue to undermine delivery, and how these will be addressed in the medium term, especially if I'm looking at the questions coming from my colleagues, that many of these problems still persist. Last year, Chairperson, SACE acknowledged backlogs in ethical misconduct cases and indicated a target of 3 months for investigation, with delays largely in disciplinary hearings. And I appreciate the mention that's been made of workload reduction when it comes to this, but can they provide the current backlog number and the average turnaround time for ethical misconduct cases, and whether this has improved since the 17.1 million rand that's been allocated to address it? Then, Chair, some shocking statistics have been released in the past few years regarding teachers that have seriously transgressed and have been convicted, yet still find themselves in the education system. What percentage of educators are fully vetted, including checks against the National Register for Sex Offenders, and how many remain unvetted? And what plans do SAFE have in place in the medium term for addressing this? Last year, concerns were also raised that educators could be struck off the roll in one province and then reappear in another. What's improved with regards to this since then? What system is now in place to prevent re-entry into the system across provinces? Chairperson, SACE identified weaknesses including fraud, outdated ICT systems, weak enforcement of the Act. Concerns also exist in the teaching communities over inefficient registration processes that have been opened up for questionable practices, including desperate unemployed graduates and teachers attempting to register through bogus agencies that exploit these weaknesses. Now, Chair, if Home Affairs are en route to digitize their systems to such an extent that we can now apply for and get our IDs and passports at our local banks, it seems difficult to accept and understand that SACE is still facing this problem. What concrete progress has been made in digitizing and strengthening these systems and streamlining with other stakeholders like SAPS that are involved and to improve the security and time it takes for educators to register with SACE, and what plans are in place in the medium term? While the plans to address GBV and sexual harassment are noted, the reality is that many schools still operate within deeply entrenched power structures where teachers are afraid to speak out. We continue to hear reports of intimidation, harassment, and abuse of authority by school leadership, which creates a culture of silence and allows misconduct to persist, risking the safety of teachers and learners. And I think Honorable Mkhize had also highlighted several examples of this. I also have an example of such a case of a principal in a school in a neighboring town to my hometown, threatening and harassing female teachers, severely impacting their mental health and their ability to effectively teach. How will SACE intervene in cases where school leadership is itself the source of abuse? And will protections and protocols for whistleblowers within the education system be included in these policy considerations outlined in the APP? And how will accountability and compliance be maintained and communicated to schools across the country so that the information that we are receiving here is also received by educators in schools? Also, when it comes to the safety matter, how does the Safe Schools Protocol play into the review of policies that SACE wants to undertake? Considering, of course, that school safety committees are meant to tackle school-based crime prevention, where SACE has a role to play if we think about vetting, teacher conduct, and other aspects of school safety. Then when it comes to ECD professionalization, Chairperson, SACE has expanded its mandate to include ECD practitioner regulation, and I welcome the progress that's been made on this. As this was also in the APP and budget for SACE last year, including a focus on grade R, how many ECD practitioners are currently registered and vetted, and is the system ready to absorb large-scale expansion under the increased ECD funding and also the Bonapele registration program? Given SACE's admission of limited financial resources, is this expansion into ECD realistic and fully funded, or does it risk weakening oversight? Then to Umalusi, Chair, last year concerns were raised about limited sampling capacity in exam monitoring. Has this been addressed, and can they confirm whether current sampling levels are sufficient to guarantee exam credibility in the next year, or will we hear of this from the new council? Chair, Umalusi previously indicated challenges with staff retention and limited funding. And per the presentation, this has improved by only 2% in the last year. What actions are stipulated in the APP to address the improvement of staff retention? Media reports have alluded to flaws in marking guidelines, raising questions about quality assurance. How will this be addressed by Umalusi? Lastly, Chair, some cross-cutting issues. Umalusi indicated last year that its funding model is not sustainable and it relies heavily on self-generated revenue. If I recall correctly, this was also the case with SACE. Am I correct in recalling this? Then, year on year, Umalusi reports to a 22 million rand improvement in their budgetary condition from membership fees. Or I might be thinking about SACE. I've seen this in one of the presentations. This consistent 22 million rand, surely considering inflation, the current fiscal condition of the country, does the institution believe that it will continuously subsidize for the difficult financial position that it finds itself in, since that amount is not increasing year on year? Umalusi has mentioned in the review of its funding model was not possible due to circumstances out of their control. What were these, and what's the timeline for addressing this, as this important tasks affect everything else they hope to achieve in the coming year? Have no progress been made at all in finalizing the sustainable funding model, or might they able to present more information to us on that? Then lastly, Chair, can both institutions provide reasoning for the travel and accommodation expenditure items on their budgets, and how this supports moderation, monitoring, accreditation functions, and how it's monitored to ensure ethical spending of public funds? What does the administrative and executive differentiation in travel and accommodation in the SACE presentation refer to? Chair, the key issue is whether these institutions are adequately resourced, technologically capable, and operationally effective to fulfill their mandates, because without that, we risk failing learners where it matters the most. I appreciate the opportunity to ask these questions. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable. You're done. In that order, I think it was Honorable Makakula next. Or it was, Honorable Makakula.
Thank you, Chairperson. My network is not good, Chair. So I won't be using the camera. On SACE, my question is on SACE, Chair. On Program 5, in applying research and policy coordination outcome and strengthening evidence-based policy and advisory role. Question is, what is the rationale behind the low number of research outputs, and how are the research findings integrated into planning and program implementation. 2, given the partnership with academic institutions, how is SACE exploiting this relationship to expand research and produce impactful findings to enhance the professionalization of education? Last, how will SACE address capacity and data limitation to improve the credibility and timelines of research outputs? I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The last member was Honorable Komani.
Ake go leboga kgadi ya bakone go leboga wena modulasetulo ke tšee sebaka se ke tamiši ba ka mafateng a matelele bo ministera le motlatši wa gagwe ke be ke tamiši ba mphato ke moka ke laetše gore di-presentation re di kwele re a di amogela re a leboga bana ba kgoši ba itsotsoropile ke moka le wena ke go tamiši modulasetulo godimo ga sebaka seo re a dinoba go sona ga ke thome ka gore ke re Professor Belini o sepela gabotse o ye gae o ye go ja SASSA le ga ile gore o re ile re beile moganya phatleng rena re le ma South Africa ba re gopotse gore mohlomongwe o tlo re pele o sepela go ba o kgonne go influencer tša lefapha tša thuto mo nageng ya rena ya South Africa wa ba laetša gore go bohlokwa gore agriculture e be santse o ba ya tše dingwe ya di-subject tše ile go gore di bohlokwa go fihlelela gore ge o phasa matric o santse o bometša re le ka agriculture ka ga e le gore re na le naga ye kgolo mo South Africa e ile go gore people are not trained to work on it. Well, go and experience that agriculture shortage at home, my professor. Go and buy the expensive potatoes and cabbages while at home doing SASSA. Farewell, Professor. Ga ke leboge sebaka se modulasetulo ke leboge SACE mabapi le go etsotsoropa le gona go laetša gore their mandate is to develop education and even to make it to professionalize it, in which is a good thing to do, and we are hoping that maybe they will come to the point that they are monitoring their teachers and principals, that they are carrying their mandate according to their preparations. Why I say this, it is because I seem to lose hope on SACE and its teachers and principals. My point rely on the school in Limpopo, Sekhukhune, Ephraim Gal. There is a school in the name of Montsosha Boshego Primary School, whereby there were 18 teachers who were working at the school. The principal herself just wake up and decided, that are the allegations, wake up and decided to remove 9 teachers and get remained with 9 teachers, whereby when she seemed to experience the hot iron in her hands, she go to the back room where our mothers are cooking for our children. She took that cookers to come in and attend our learners. Then so we want to know from SACE, where is their mandate when things like this are happening? And then if that thing is found truth, that principal have done that, what will be the steps that will be taken against that principal who have decided to utilize our mothers who are not qualified, and even if qualified, they are not scientifically proven that they can do the job, but decided to utilize them on our classrooms where our children are expected to be given a proper education. And the other thing again, we want to check with SACE, what mandate did your principal have accumulated? The mandate of undermining our SGBs. I'm talking to the very same school whereby the SGB, if they got views, different views with the principal herself with her capacity or his capacity, decided to take the SGB to apply the protection orders that they must never step at school, they must just remain outside. We just want to hear from SACE. Where did that power come from? And why, if that has happened, the principal want to dominate the school and then want to take the parents of the children out of the school while her children are not at that school? And what SACE say about that allegations? Then so even the governance, we want to know the governance recommendation between the teachers, the principal, and the SGB, because it seems like the training or maybe the look after of the SACE to its own people, it is not complete. Then so we are looking forward so that the SACE must at least at the other quarter must bring us solution and a plenary of their sessions. As far as we agree, here we are at the portfolio committee, not at the police station, where we will receive lot of problems. And then even if they have problems, they must tell us how are they going to solve that problems. And we really want to know what is the cause of that principal to reach to that standard. And we are asking SACE to go and investigate, bring the writing in black and white report about Montsosha Bushiro Primary School, because the community is not happy. We got evidence, and she also denied to make meetings with them. And we want to ask SACE, if this can happen at Limpopo, Sekhukhune, Ephraim Magal, how many schools are suffering such principles of this caliber in which you are doing this under your supervision? Are you not getting lost of the control or the direction to your teachers or principals? And then the other thing is that while our children have graduated, the principal just primitively practice unfair practice of taking the parents to teach their own children while they are not qualified. What stops that principal? Maybe if there was something that they were pushing her to do away with that teachers, why can't she have a time to advertise or re-advertise the post, whereby she can, on the other hand, do away with the unemployment of our qualified teachers at Limpopo or all over South Africa, because the post is not designated for Limpopian people. There's anyone can come and apply. Then so it's only thing that we want to get aware of up to so far as others have already eaten the whole carcass. I was just scratching the hoofs and the head. Ake go leboge modula stulu ke rialo ke re molete sekuba ka namana a pholwana bana ba rena ga ba ye sekolong o se go ga fetša ka di-principal go rutega gomme ba nyako kwalela bana ba rena ka ntle le rena batswadi. We are parents, we own the children, then so we have to work together with the principals. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Komani. That was the last hand, Honorable members. Mr. Written to us by Honorable Mgadi. Can you please share those questions? Can we read the questions so that they are responded to as they to?
Chair, my hand's been up for quite some time.
I can't see it. Oh, I can't see it. I'm sorry. Honorable Van der Walt, yeah, you can go.
Thank you, Chair. I won't waste any time and give you a whole essay. I have a very simple request because I've got 4 4 complaints for teachers trying to register with SACE in Limpopo. One is apparently trying for 10 years. So I'll forward this if the SACE delegation can give to Llewellyn maybe the email address and contact number of the person who deals with registration of SACE for teachers, then I'll write and forward these complaints because I have them on email directly to that person who can reply. That's my request, Chair.
Okay, that's noted, Honorable van der Walt. Mr. Brown?
Thank you, Chairperson. I'll start the questions from Honorable Mngadi. I will start with SACE. SACE, in respect of system capacity and educator oversight, that's slides 17 and 29. Given that the education system serves approximately 13.5 million learners across 24,850 schools, with about 520,000 educators, how effective will SACE's targets of monitoring only 324 schools annually be ensuring full compliance with professional registration and maintaining educator standards across such a large system? In respect of ethics standards, case management, slides 25 and 31, with baselines of only 30% of reported educator misconduct cases being finalized, and a target to increase this to 50%, alongside an annual target of 300 cases to be finalized, what concrete measures are in place to significantly improve case resolution rates and reduce disciplinary backlogs? Number 3, budget constraints and service delivery, slides 37 and 41. Considering that SACE's total revenue is projected to decline from 156 million in 2025-26 to 140.9 million in 2026-27, while mandatory functions are expected to operate at their lowest levels, how will the organization sustain key programs such as supporting 20,000 educators in professional development and maintain 100% certification turnaround targets under these financial constraints? Chair, I will quickly move to the questions to Umalusi from Honorable Mngadi. To Umalusi on budget allocation and dependency, slides 33. Given that the total budget for 2026-27 is 238 million, with 76.5%, which is 182 million, coming from transfers from the Department of Basic Education, how sustainable is Umalusi's funding model, particularly in light of its relatively low own revenue contribution of 56 million, and what strategies are in place to reduce dependency on government transfers? The second one, in respect of performance targets and operational efficiency, slides 13 and 15. Umalusi aims to maintain an ICT network health score of under 97%, a vacancy rate of over 8%, and ensure 100% of invoices are paid within 30 days, while also achieving 95% turnaround time for certificate printing and verification requests. How realistic are these uniformly high performance targets across programs, and what risk could undermine their achievement? The last one, regarding education outcomes and MTDP targets, slide 9. With national targets set at 40% of learners achieving reading proficiency and 54% achieving numeracy proficiency by 2029-30, how effective will Umalusi's interventions, such as the development of mother tongue-based bilingual education strategies, be in significantly improving these outcomes, especially in under-resourced schools? Thank you, Chair. Those were the questions from Honorable Mngadi to SACE and Umalusi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Brown. I don't have any questions because members have adequately dealt with the questions. Just overall to say, I think it will be important for us as a portfolio committee to receive a comprehensive report from the department on all the learners or the cases where metric results have been withheld due to alleged exam misconducts. So I think we should receive that comprehensive report and also be informed as to how far the investigations are and how do we ensure that we expeditiously deal with those cases so that they don't disadvantage the learners further. I can imagine the frustration of those learners and the parents on the withheld metric results based on these investigations. Secondly, that we might need to have a comprehensive discussion with the department on Umalusi taking on the role of recognition prior learning for young people that have gained skills informally, because there's a lot of young people that have gained different skills informally. If you go to our townships, if you go to our villages, there's many young people who are building houses, who have gained a skill of bricklaying, and these are young people that fall within the need group. How do we ensure that we train or we certify the skill that these young people have gained informally? And also, how do we close the gap that is created by the NATED programs being moved from Umalusi and going to DHET by replacing it with the 3-stream model and the certification process? So I think we might need to have that comprehensive discussion with the department and Umalusi later on in the year. But I don't have any other questions because my questions were comprehensively covered by other members. So I'm going to allow and start with the department if there are questions that you've picked up that relate to yourselves, and then we'll go to Umalusi and SACE in that order.
Thank you, Chairperson. There were just two matters that I think were needing response to. The one was with relation to the documents that needed to be sent through to the portfolio committee. I followed up with the team. That should be done in the next hour. And then the issue that Honorable Komane had raised is already being dealt with by the department. I know that Mr. Ndlebe is going to be meeting with traditional leaders and the community this coming Saturday. So those were two specific things that I think were directed at us as a department, but I think most of them are directed to either Umalusi and SACE. And Umalusi can come in. I think it was Honorable Kize who raised the issue around the release of the results. And just to perhaps maybe create the platform and sort of the to lay the foundation for why that is the case, that it is not out of being tardy or perhaps you know, being last minute that we find ourselves in this scenario where we have to release results in January. Trust me, this has been something that we've been dealing with DHEAD for some time. The truth of the matter is that the curriculum as it stands is extensive. And it's extensive. It requires marking. It requires verification of those marks. And I see Dr. Polio's got his hand up, and perhaps he can add to that. And as a result, that process takes some time. in as much as we are trying to be in negotiations with DHEAD around how we can bring the results of the matric results forward, and at least a little bit earlier to give them space to deal with admissions issues. The reality that we have is that, well, by the time the last exam paper is written by the 25th of November, a whole new process has to start. And people are working throughout December to try and make sure that those marks are verified, and we are, we get the certificate from Umalusi for elections. I mean, for exams that have been done free and fairly. So I think Dr. Polya can come in here if there's anything that I've missed. I just don't want to leave it to Umalusi as though it is their just sole responsibility to make sure that these results are released earlier. It is really a logistical undertaking that we seem to struggle with, because we still need over 200 days of learning and teaching in a year. And then, of course, then the exams must start. But Dr. Polya, do you want to come in here?
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister, and I'm hoping that I'm audible. I'm here at the HEDCOM meeting in the Free State. Minister, no, I think you've covered the issue with regard to the release of the results, but if I am allowed, I just want to cover some of the other issues regarding exam irregularities. Should I proceed, Minister?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Let me greet the Chair of the Portfolio Committee, our Minister again, and our Deputy Minister, the Chair of Umalusi Council, the CEO, as well as all honorable members of the Portfolio Committee. There was the issue raised about Zwelenjani Secondary School in Masinga, Chair and Minister, and I thought I may respond given the concern raised by the honorable member. Now, here I need to indicate that during the marking process, Chair, irregularities were picked up in terms of these learners from Zwelenjani in both mathematics and life sciences. And there was clear evidence, hearings were conducted, and unfortunately, the learners had to be sanctioned based on the evidence that was provided. And these learners are now subjected to 3 exam barring, which means that they will not be able to write the May-June exam in 2026, the November exam in 2026, and they could write the November 2027 examination. Understandably, as raised by the honorable member, that one learner who was absent from the exam and one learner who was deceased also received the letter regarding an invitation to a hearing. That was an administrative error simply because the provincial office was not informed based on the mark sheet that these 2 learners had to be removed. So that's understandable, but there was clear evidence of group copying, and hence these learners had to be sanctioned accordingly. I just thought, Minister, that is a question for the DBE and not the Umalusi. The other question that I may have to respond to, Chair, is about the poor investigative capacity. And the investigations with regard to irregularities is done by the DBE, and based on our investigations and hearings, we will then submit the report to Umalusi. Understandably, that our investigative capacity is currently lacking, and the reason it's lacking, Honorable Chair, is simply because the nature of irregularities that we're being confronted with at the moment is rapidly evolving and changing. With technology, with AI, we certainly lack that kind of investigative capacity to be able to thoroughly investigate these kinds of irregularities. But nonetheless, we are working with the GG to strengthen our investigative capacity, and we will certainly be better prepared in terms of these areas of investigations as we move forward. There was the issue, Chair raised about flaws in the marking guideline, and I know Umalusi will come in here, but I just wanted to add that the flaws raised in the marking guideline in terms of the Umalusi Quality Assurance Report was not on the final marking guidelines, and Umalusi confirmed this, because final marking guidelines will go through the marking guideline discussions where we bring in internal moderators, chief markers from all provinces to look at the guideline and finalize the marking guideline. And that's the marking guideline that's used in the marking process. The Umalusi report was based on the marking guideline that was preliminary, that was submitted with the question paper, but all of that was corrected before the marking process started. And I think the last point, Minister, Honorable Chair raised the question about us providing a comprehensive report on learners whose results were withheld. I can indicate that that report is currently with Umalusi in terms of the 68 candidates, 59 from Gauteng and 9 from Mpumalanga. And as soon as that report is approved by Umalusi, we'll be able to submit that report to the Portfolio Committee. Thank you, Honorable Chair, for the opportunity, and thank you, Minister.
Thank you, Dr. Polya. Chair, I think that is it from our side. We are happy to hand over to Umalusi and to SACE. I think we've tried to deal with the issues that pertain to the DBE. Thank you.
Chair, if I may, allow me to respond or to start the response on behalf of Umalusi. Many, and in fact most of the questions were directed at SACE, and I'm sure they'll deal with it adequately. There were a few questions, and indeed many of them will be dealt with by the CEO and perhaps even the CFO, but allow me to make a few comments. The issues raised by Honorable Shikwamba will be dealt with by the CEO, and that is the issue of online schools and their fees, etc. And then also, what about those who are not registered? The issue raised by Honorable Lowe, largely, and I'm going to leave those questions to the CEO. The issue of quality assurance monitoring and how does monitoring assist? I only wanted to make the comment that in fact the quality review process at Umalusi is broader than simply monitoring. We also have an assessment standards committee that in fact receives an extensive report, qualitative evaluation report from all examining authorities, and therefore makes the decisions on the appropriateness, the suitability, the fairness of exams based on those reports as well. The outcomes from the research agenda, certainly we're very focused. Remember, the mandate of Umalusi is not only to provide quality assurance oversight. It's also to advise the Minister in the Department of Basic Education on matters that Umalusi feels requires attention, either at the request of the Minister or even provide advice should the Minister not request it. A large part of our research is aimed at developing our understanding of the sector and, where necessary, providing the advice to the Minister on where Umalusi believes that development is needed. We do have a research committee at Umalusi, led by a council member, and that research committee does very competent work in areas that we believe need attention. Of course, there's always more research questions than can be answered by Umalusi, but to the best of our ability, we keep that going. Honorable Mkhize, I think a large part of your concerns were addressed by the DBE, but I just wanted to reinforce the point that both the Minister and Dr. Polya made, and that is that withholding results is not the mandate of Umalusi. Umalusi does not have the capacity or the ability or the mandate. However, what we do keep an interest on in our capacity as quality oversight is we make sure that the process has been fair. And so Dr. Polia's note about the fact that they undertake the investigations, first of all, they withhold the results, but at the end of the investigative process, they do request, they do need to refer to Umalusi for Umalusi to satisfy itself that the process was fair, reasonable, and that the conclusions on whether or not to release results were properly arrived at. And that's really where Umalusi's role in that process. You raised, Honorable Mkhize raised the number of issues relating to staff attrition. I just wanted to correct a point. Umalusi does not have a high staff attrition. Staff leave, but certainly not in unusual numbers. Certainly significantly less than you would find in an average private sector organization. The problem here is, in many ways, Umalusi is a victim of its own success. And in fact, our staff leave to go to the DBE, the DHET, and to the higher education institution sector. And in some ways, maybe I'm blowing our own whistle, and I'm sure the DBE will express concern. I'm not for a minute implying that they poach our staff. It's just the natural tendency for people, they develop very specialized, very deeply specialized skills at Umalusi through very active engagement with our staff, the way in which the attention we pay to developing our staff, that when they in fact reach levels of promotion, etc., one of their options is in fact to join either the ministries or the higher education sector. Indeed, Dr. Pule, if I'm not embarrassing you, you are one such people who came from Umalusi and went into the DBE. But that's not a bad thing. It's a pool of skills that is circulating. It doesn't mean that we are paying attention as fellow institutions to developing the capacity and competence of our staff. So yes, we'd like to keep our staff, but we don't feel that they're being lost to the system and that our development efforts are not being wasted. However, I'm sure that the CFO may make a few more comments. I also wanted to say that the practice of exit interviews is not unusual in HR practice. It does give us a sense of what the issues are, and I'm sure between the CEO and the CFO, they'll give you a measure or an indication of the kind of factors that staff mention. Honorable Jordan, I've dealt with the issue of staff retention, the issue of sampling and exams, marking guideline errors, Dr. Poli has spoken about. In fact, thankfully, almost all of those errors are discovered before exams are actually written. And of course, it's an opportunity for marking guidelines to be corrected. I think, I guess the point I should make is that the system and the processes are sufficiently robust to pick up errors way before they become material. And as far as we're concerned, that really is the system that we'd like to further develop and further defend, consolidate. And so on an ongoing basis, we're looking for holes in the system that need to be plugged. When errors occur, of course, we deal with them, but more importantly, they point to errors or weaknesses or areas where our flanks may be exposed in regard to the quality that we meant to develop. Yeah. The funding model review issues will of course be dealt with by the CEO. On the issue of travel and accommodation costs, Honorable Mkhize raised that point as well. The problem is that these tasks cannot be casualized. You can't say, well, we need somebody to do oversight in KZN. Let's see if we can't find somebody on a contract basis or something. You need people who work in the office, who have developed their skills, who develop the eyes for looking at things from a quality perspective. But more importantly, from an accountability point of view, we need people who are in the institution, who work and who consider themselves accountable to a higher authority, which is, of course, the organization and its council. And so necessarily, it means that the specialist capacity does a lot of traveling. It's not unusual. It's not, I mean, I'm sure if we could find a more efficient way of doing it, we certainly will. but importantly without compromising the confidence that we have with quality oversight. Honorable Komane, you've raised again the issue that you raised, and apologies if my language capacity doesn't allow me a full understanding, but I do understand the point you're raising about the issue of hunger and the problem of agriculture in schools. Of course, curriculum is the domain of the DBE. There is a program in agricultural sciences in the NSC system, but I think that you're asking for more than that. I hear you asking for more than that. My disagreement with your argument is that, I mean, I'm convinced that democracy must be defended through institutional systems. And to ask schools to develop agricultural capacity in learners so that hunger and poverty issues can be addressed is to put the burden onto the individual. And I strongly disagree with you. It probably needs a tall cup of a pot of tea that you and I would share and have a discussion on this matter. You see, for me, a hungry child, a child on the street, is not a failure of a family. It's a failure of a society. Our social institutions have failed when we find ourselves in a situation where children have to stand on the street and ask for 2 rand from people's car windows. We're also providing private solutions to what are essentially public failures. And I must say, my sort of development and growth in this area makes me feel that is not the solution. Yes, children may need to learn how to plant food, but they also need IT skills. They need to focus on their mathematics, etc. So in the way that we solve this problem, while you may be right, school may be a part of the solution, I'm not convinced that school is the major or the important part of the solution. I think this is a conversation that as a society we need to have with ourselves. Chair, allow me to hand to the CEO and to the rest of the Umalusi team to deal with the questions that I may have missed. Thank you. Over to you, CEO.
Thank you very much, Professor Balim, and good afternoon once more to the members of the Portfolio Committee. I'm going to try to respond to the questions as to how many online schools do we have. According to the records from the IEB and SACE, we've got 53 online schools. We have to agree that online schooling is not yet regulated, and the only way we are able to find out is through the IEB and SACE because we have not accredited them. We only have issued to SACE and the IEB the non-negotiables to say whilst we are still having this as placeholders until policy is implemented to say this is how we regulate them. These are the non-negotiables that they have to adhere to. And then we're not charging online schools, Honorable Shikwambana, because they are unregulated and we don't accredit them. And the department also is not registering them. So we are not charging them anything. And also, we are not able to determine where unregistered and unaccredited schools are in the country because they are off our radar and we don't have the capacity to police people who are operating illegally. That is reported to the SAPS to arrest people who are running schools illegally. Umalusi does not have the capacity to see where they are, nor to monitor where they are operating illegally. Now, the investigations on irregularities, Honorable Law, are done by the department or SACE or IB, that is the assessment bodies. And it is up to them to come to Umalusi with a report, having dealt with the irregularity reports in their irregularities committees. In the case of the DBE, it starts with the provincial irregularities committees, then they go to the national irregularities committees, then they come to EXCO of council to make a recommendation that the results must be withheld. In other words, we don't withhold the results on our own. It is the different assessment bodies that make recommendations that we withhold the results. And until such time that they come back to us to say, we have completed the investigations. We have completed the investigations. The following learners have been cleared only then we are able to say these results can be released, and flowing from that, then those learners will get their certificates. That is the process, and I think that answers the question from the other honorable member that comes later to say, what is the value chain that leads to a learner getting his results after he would have been involved in an irregularity? And Dr. Polia has gone on to say some learners do get sanctions. They will not be allowed to write examinations for 2 to 3 years or 3 sittings in the manner that he put it. The criteria for accreditation is very stringent. We don't just accredit schools. We follow a very, very stringent and rigorous criteria before a school is accredited, honorable law. And the moderation of question papers at internal level by the different assessment bodies, including the Department of Basic Education, is the one that contributes to the quality of the question papers, is the one that contributes to the quality of question papers. And at another level, Umalusi also externally evaluate the question papers, moderate the question papers. That will then improve the quality of the question papers. We are gleaning a lot of lessons from the leakages that happened on a large scale in Tshwane, from the NITT report that had been commissioned by the Honorable Minister. And out of that, we should be able to come up with steps that we're going to monitor closely as Umalusi, that the department will have to implement. Now, about the qualification review and what it's going to help us with. First of all, the qualifications review help us with the currency of the qualifications to say, are these qualifications still relevant? Are they still current? And then are they modern? Because curriculum has to be, and qualifications have to be modernized from time to time. Otherwise, they'll become obsolete. Some elements will become obsolete and irrelevant in the curriculum. And we also have to ensure that there is compatibility between the NSC, as an example, and its equivalent in other jurisdictions. That is why qualification review is necessary from time to time. And also, as we'll be amending our sub-framework of qualifications overall, we have to do this qualifications review. That is the value that we get out of that. Regarding the poor preparation for examinations, NSC examinations, Honorable Mkhize, the learners are prepared by schools. They are prepared by the districts. They are prepared by the provinces and the department. Umalusi is a quality assurance body. We don't prepare learners for examinations. What we do is we check the state of readiness for the department and the provinces to run the examinations. That's what we do. And that's where our mandate ends. Indeed, and this question that I'm coming to now has arisen from a number of honorable members. We'll continue to monitor a few examinations centers. Our sample will remain small because we are constrained by the budget. We are constrained by the budget. On the question raised by Honorable Mkhize on irregularities, I've answered this already to say, when it comes to irregularities, you receive recommendations from the department, and with that, we cannot release the results until the department comes back to us to say we have cleared these learners, we have investigated, we have had hearings, and therefore these are cleared, but these have to remain blocked or suspended or sanctioned. Umalusi does not do the work. I think I've gone to the value chain earlier on. So as a result, Honorable Mkhize, we're not victimizing anybody. As a statutory body, we cannot victimize the learners. We are here to serve them. We are here to serve them. And when they get the results, they must be getting authentic results that can be defended. In that way, I think we are defending them as well. To say the certificate that they carry should be worth the paper it is written on. Right. Prof. Balim has answered the question of the exit interviews. The people when we look at the exit interviews, are going for better opportunities. They've acquired skills at Umalusi. They don't only go to the provincial education department, the two national departments of education, but they also go to sister organizations like the KCTO, SAQA, and CHE. Some of them have been recruited by them. So they are looking for better opportunities. They are looking for growth in their careers. Indeed, we are depending at a high percentage on funds that we receive from the Department of Basic Education. I must indicate that the department has been very faithful in paying the money on time. We are not struggling in that regard. The only thing that could help is if that percentage could be increased, or if we could be allowed to implement the quality assurance levy that we have recommended to Council in this February meeting. Council has approved that we start canvassing the idea. The proposition is going to be tabled with the Audit and Risk Committee next week, beyond which we'll start consulting broadly with the department, with the private assessment bodies, and with other stakeholders, so that there's to be a buy-in. In that way, we'll be able to improve the money that we have. Indeed, monitoring is done on sample basis, and we can only expand our sample based on what we have in the kitty. If we don't have enough resources in the kit, we cannot expand the sample. Balim has addressed the issue of the high traveling cost. I want to just add and say Umalusi has only one office. We're headquartered in Pretoria, and we cover the whole country in terms of our footprint. It is very important that we reach all the corners of South Africa. We don't have regional offices. We don't have the funds to establish regional offices. Even where we have contracted monitors and moderators, these people will be in the provinces and they have to travel sometimes to Pretoria. The monitors, if they are, as an example, in Bloemfontein, maybe stay in Bloemfontein, you'll have to do the surrounding towns like Brandfort, like Boshoff, like Herzogsville. That constitutes some amount of traveling. And you can take any major town in South Africa where a monitor could be. He'll have to do also the surrounding towns, and as a result, he'll have to travel. Honorable Jordan, yes, indeed, the samples will remain limited. We can only increase our samples if the budget improves. The retention of staff has improved in the last 2 years for various reasons. One of them is that our staff is now on the GPF, which was not the case previously. Our staff could only join an associated body to the GPF, which is AIPF, Associated Institute for Pension Funds, which was a subsidiary of GPF. And the staff was not enjoying the full benefits of the GPF. Now they do. That is influencing retention. And also previously, the staff could not join GEMS, Government Employees Medical Scheme. Now, from a year or 2 years ago, they've been able to join. That has improved our retention strategy. Now, concerning the marking guidelines that are weak, I think the reporting in the media is weak by the journalists. What the journalists do, they go to our website, they look at the report that we have sent to the DBE to say, when we submitted the papers at level 1 of submission, these are the weaknesses that our external moderators identified. The papers are then returned to the department for correction. And then by the time the papers are written, they have been improved. Now, what the journalists are doing is that they are reporting on the initial monitoring or moderation for that matter. So that is misleading. That kind of reporting is misleading. And we have tried to correct it with the media to say, look at the final paper, question paper that the child writes. Look at the final marking guideline that the markers is using. That marking guideline has been cleaned. It is clean and it is up to standard. But they look at the earlier reports before the final report could be issued for the paper to be written or for the marking guideline to be used in the examination center. Okay. I've covered the issue of the quality assurance levy. I've covered also for Honorable Jordan earlier on, traveling and the high cost. The resources remain inadequate. And we are not unreasonable. We understand the constraints that National Treasury is facing. We understand that. And for as long as we are constrained with the resources, these are the shortcomings that we'll continue to experience. Let me see. I think I've answered the question of the transfers that we get from the department and that they happen on time and judiciously and on time. You know, we don't struggle with that. And I've spoken about the question of the quality assurance levy. About the targets as articulated by Honorable Mugadi, as read by Mr. Brown. Indeed, we have looked at the trends over the years for us to arrive at the targets that we are sharing with the committee. And we think those targets are attainable because we have looked at the system over the years and we have been able to say confidently we'll be able to meet those targets. Chairperson, for those questions that I've not been able to answer, I'll leave them to Memo Limkwena and to the CFO, Mr. Hendrik van der Walt, to close those gaps. Thank you very much, Chairperson. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you, CEO. Chairperson, I think the CEO and Professor Bellum have covered all of them. Just maybe on the last one that the CEO spoke about, the ICT health score, that stands at 97%, the vacancy rate of 8% or less, and then the 100% of payment of invoices. Just the following. In terms of the health score, for our ICT network, we set our target at 97% and we believe it is achievable because we have contingency plans in place and we try to ensure that we have a maximum amount of uptime of our servers and our network in order to deliver uninterrupted services. And therefore we do believe that this is achievable. In the preliminary review of the prior year, it seems that we have exceeded the target by 1% and that we actually achieved 98%. So this is really a reasonable and achievable target. With regard to the vacancy rate, as was alluded by Professor Bellum and the CEO, the number of measures we've put in place to retain staff members has improved our staff retention. And that is why also we reduce our APP target from the prior year's 10% to say we should be able to maintain a vacancy rate of less than 8% for the 26-27 financial year. So we are tightening the belt to even further commit our internal processes. And that also talks about the turnaround time when we do have vacancies, that we follow a standard recruitment process. That should allow, depending on a person that gets appointed, notice period should start within a 3-month timeline from when a vacancy occurred until it can be replaced. And then in terms of payment of invoices, this is a requirement by the Public Finance Management Act that all service providers must be paid within 30 days. This is a system that we have in place through our finance and supply chain unit, where Dr. Kenny Munati is in charge, where we receive invoices at the central point and we are able to monitor them and effect payment of valid and correctly certified invoices within the 30-day timeline. And this is actually a requirement of the PFMA, and therefore we cannot set a target lower than 100% to pay our invoices. So in terms of those aspects, we are really committed to make sure that we challenge ourselves, because the portfolio committee has previously asked the questions, aren't our targets too low? And we are really taking the recommendations from the portfolio committee to heart and make sure that we set ourselves as an organization also in terms of challenges to make sure that we achieve on all of them. Chairperson, and those are my inputs. Thank you very much.
Chair, if I may, just before we close, I neglected to deal with one issue, and that was the comment from the chair about the possibility of Umalusi being custodian of recognition of prior learning. Chair, you would have heard me speak on my concerns about the FET sector, and it sounded as though your comments were directed particularly at vocational training. I must say I would welcome such a discussion. I've had a long association with recognition of prior learning. And of course, SACWA would be interested because they are meant to be the custodians of RPL. But if such a discussion is convened, and I'm very pleased to hear the Parliamentary Portfolio Committee is interested in it, because I think it is an important discussion. There, of course, are a number of people that should be involved. Umalusi would certainly want to be at the table. Thank you, Chair. I see Dr. Rakometsi has his hand up. Thank you.
Yeah, actually, Prof. Balim has jogged my memory. The inputs of Honorable Maimela were overleaf, so I did not get to them. I must apologize for that. Yes, indeed. With regards to RPL, what has happened is that there have been policy discussions at Umalusi. And these policy discussions ended in Council in 2023, where Council had to approve the RPL policy for Umalusi. Unfortunately, we could not roll out the policy because due to budget constraints, because we realized that the layout of the rollout of the program is going to be very costly, even at head office only. And if we were to say we are going to do RPL only at Umalusi, what about the far-flung areas of South Africa? That was the debate. Even if we were to also roll out in the provinces, in the major centers, we realized due to budgetary constraints, we are going to leave a lot of learners out. So there is policy that is just waiting for the budget for us to roll out RPL. Indeed, Honorable Maimela, when it comes to the three-stream model, Umalusi is ready to quality assure the three-stream model as soon as the curriculum thereof is finalized by the department, and the quality assurance systems that we have at Umalusi can deal with the three-stream model. I want to apologize for coming back. Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go to SACE.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thanks to the honorable members for the questions that have been raised. I think, Chair, I'm going to request that where we did not answer because the questions for SACE were too many, we request the Secretary to send us so that we can do justice and respond to them in writing. So let me start by looking at all the ones that are finance related, budget related, and also ICT and human resource. The CFO will deal with them. But I want to indicate, Chair, because I can see the main issue that we dealing with and grappling with is around the ethical standards, it's around the ethical conduct of educators and the number of cases that are coming into SACE. And I want to start by indicating that we need to understand that we are dealing with collaborative regulation of educator behavior within the teaching profession and the sector, basic education sector. There are issues that are being dealt with through the Employment of Educators Act that are supposed to be dealt with through the provincial education departments. And I'm looking at the cases that have been flagged, which I appreciate them because obviously they really violate the children, and there's no way that we can stand back and not deal with them. But we need to be working collaboratively with the schools and also the provincial departments of education and districts in terms of really understanding why are these cases not being dealt with at that particular level. And that is why SACE's caseload will never go down, because of absolutely everyone in the system, in the public, even the provinces themselves, they send the cases to SACE, and including the district and schools. And therefore, we are indicating that when we closed the year, we were sitting at around plus minus 800 and something of the cases that would have come during the first quarter of the year. And it's not possible for us to really deal with the whole issue of investigation. Remember, you need to deal with that process first and determine whether there's prima facie evidence, and then move to the disciplinary processes. And disciplinary processes are not an easy thing. They take time in terms of resolution, especially more and more our educators are bringing in the lawyers. So until such time that we have a very clear process of having 9 provincial education departments, SACE, Education Labor Relations Council, the criminal justice system, so that we have I don't know whether we need to have an MOA, because I can see MOU is not working. We've been having an MOU for quite some time, but we're not winning with that one. So that we can really delineate our roles and responsibilities in as far as ethical misconduct are concerned, professional misconduct, your labor relations, employment related kind of misconduct. And I'm looking and I'm happy that the case, yeah, Ntate Komane, that you were raising, that the DBE stepped in, correctly so, because SACE doesn't have jurisdiction over schools per se, and also over your SGB kind of related matters. Because within the system, you've got education management and governance units or directorates that are dealing with those issues. And the SACE Act is saying once the provincial education departments have dealt with all their cases and there is no sanction of reprimand, all the cases must come to SACE. You'd imagine we are receiving cases that come to us directly, but we still have to wait for a caseload of close to 800 plus that is coming from the 9 provinces combined to say, so that we can deal with that. And that is why the issues of really fast tracking the once council is taking over certain responsibilities, the issues of really finalizing the issues of the act so that we can streamline. But this is not to really defend or even give excuses. It's the reality that we are sitting in as far as this backlog cases are concerned. But Ms. Sopeta will at a later stage will be able to respond directly in terms of some of the strategies that we've put in place. We've been to almost 9 provinces to say to the labor relations directorate, the directors, how can we fight this scourge together as a collaborative, and not necessarily leave it until such time that children are really going through a difficult time. The cases that are in Eastern Cape, obviously one of the things that we do would say to the provincial education departments, can you, because you are next to the issues themselves within the schools, can you assist from that side and see from that perspective? Once you've dealt with the case, then we can see how we come together to deal with those. But the second issue, Honorable Mkhize, and I want to give you a specific example. In our APP, but together with the budget that we've sent, you would have seen that in the last 12 months, out of the money that we got from adjusting the budget twice, and the money that is coming from those that were owing SACE, we managed to come up with 11 million. However, the budget that is guaranteed, if you check the current budget that has been approved by the minister, you would have seen that it's 1.4. And when you compare, there's a serious disjunction, disconnect between the 1.4 million that you need to use for almost 1,800 to 2,000 cases. So sorry, I'm correct. 1,000, almost 1,800 cases. So it's even a non-starter because you're dealing with that money. It's allocated to that division that is dealing with ethical misconduct in terms of travel and accommodation, in terms of absolutely everything the unit has to do to deal with that particular workload or caseload. There's no other funding that or money that the unit will receive outside that particular money that has been allocated. So I wanted to really paint a bigger picture so that we can understanding some of the constraints that we have in as far as we're trying as much as possible. We would have seen that out of that, within the constraints, we've managed to really deal with close to 600 and something to 700 cases within the financial year that we've closed. So that's the sorry. What? I thought there's someone that was okay.
No, it was me. Apologies, CEO. You
okay.
can continue.
Oh, okay.
It was me.
Okay.
I was unmuted.
No, thanks. So I was trying to really answer broadly in as far as the issues around ethical misconduct and the cases. We've seen the cases that have been raised by both Honorable Komani and also Honorable Mkhize. Obviously, once Mr. Ndlebe is done from that particular school, we'll obviously have to get it in terms of the educator perspective, principal as an educator, and not necessarily the SGB related matters, because that's not our space. And also the schools that have been referred will be able to check with the Provincial Education Department in the Eastern Cape in terms of what the issues are. But also, we're dealing with cases that have been reported, or if we see them in the media, we are able to pick them up and deal with them. If they are not reported, sometimes it becomes a challenge for us to deal with them. And I think I've also tried to answer what Honorable Mgadi also raised in terms of the issues around financial constraints and also the budget implications in as far as the work is concerned. And I think it's somewhere also, Honorable Magagula, you raised an issue around why two research reports and not more. Again, you would have seen that in the budget, again approved the lowest amount of money in the core mandates. One of the programs that we have in the APP is 600,000 for the entire financial year. And the biggest budget that we have on the core functions is 1.4 million. So those are the issues that is why the CFO has been talking about a robust process of making sure that we really deal with the issue of the collection of fees and also make sure that revenue is available within the organization. The issue raised by Honorable Van der Balt, thank you very much. We'll get the information from the committee secretary and follow up with the relevant assistance in terms of understanding why those particular issues that have been raised within the process. I think for now, let me hand over to the CFO to deal with because there are a number of issues around ICT, there are a number of issues around questions around the budget. CFO, if you can deal with those, and then Ms. Opeta will follow as well. Thanks.
Thank you, CEO. The first issue was about the non-compliance whereby we collect money from unemployed. Let me indicate that the council from the onset, when the council was established around 2006, 2007, implemented that idea of people who are not employed shouldn't pay. Then with the coming in of PFMA, in terms of compliance, where you have to account for a membership, it became a challenge along the way where the council couldn't account for its members as well as its membership fees, in the sense that we didn't know who is paying you, who's not paying you, and we could only account for those who are in the government payroll. And educators are everywhere. In the private sector, everywhere you do find them. Even in the government administration, you do find them. So it was so difficult where the council was supposed to get a qualification in terms of failing to manage the members, because we had to account for money, the movement of the members. There were a lot of developments through those years in terms of improving the policies and the operations, up to a level whereby around 2017, a decision was taken that all members should be able we have to account for all members. And through the membership, while they will make sure that they update all necessary documentation to ensure that we record as accurate as possible. So what we do, it's difficult to know who's employed, who's not employed. So then for now, we account for our members. We do update our register in terms of those who have passed on, because we liaise with the Department of Home Affairs. We update that. We do get information about those who have retired, because we get them from the government payroll. So we're able to account for all those. And we remain with all other ones being active. The moment they are not active is when they are not updating their membership fees. So that's when we try to communicate with the latest contact number that we do have with them to ensure that they update their membership status to ensure that every time they are in good standing. So it will be difficult for us to go back, in the sense that that will lead to the council failing to account for its membership, and it will also defeat the definition of being a member in terms of the legislation. There was a question in terms of how much do you collect from the unemployed. As I've indicated, it's difficult to know who's employed, who's not employed. You can only account correctly for those who are in the government payroll. You'll know them. But the other ones who are not there, who are in the private sector, we can account for them to know exactly who is where, who's not employed. So it is difficult for us to know exactly. But one can indicate that when they register, each member pays 200 Rand once off. Membership, which is an annual fee, it's 198. There is a penalty if a member is out. They are never paid for a certain number of years, whereby the council said, instead of you paying owing membership fee, you will just pay 150 as a penalty. You don't pay the membership fee, but we need 150 for each year that you never paid the membership fee. So when you look at the membership fee amount, it's higher than the 150. The council is comfortable with that you pay, because it's longer. It's a longer period. You didn't pay for that particular year. We won't charge you the membership fee. We need the penalty fee only. Then you continue updating your membership moving forward. So with the efforts that we are having now, which we have made for the past 2 years, we are able to account for a huge number of our educators. And that number, I'm telling you, the number which we couldn't account has gone very down, that it's to some extent it's manageable, because we need to account where is this member. The next other item that was raised, it's in terms of financial challenges affecting the delivery of mandatory functions. The CEO just lastly, she just indicated the difficulties that we do have, whereby if you deal with unavoidable costs and contractual obligations first, which are administrative. The mandatory functions suffers. The council started engaging on this topic some 2 to 3 years back and could not finalize the matter. As I've indicated, their last session, they made it as a commitment that after doing the consultation, they've done consultations with all stakeholders. That was done. And they adjudicated over the report on how the processes ran from the beginning up to the final consultation with the stakeholders and the feedback from the stakeholders, and agreed that the next council sitting should be able to start working on the finalization of the sustainable funding. It is true that they are working on the sustainable funding to avoid a situation whereby historically we had different ways of collecting money or determining. They have realized that it becomes a problem when we are under financial constraints, then that we start discussing the review, because sometimes it does not happen here and there. It takes a little bit longer. Like I've indicated, we started some 3 years back. So while you are still discussing, the organization is not functioning optimally. So the council have taken note of that they know they need to determine a method that will assist the council to arrive at a decision that will be different from where we are, so that we are able to take a decision as early as possible to safeguard the operation of council. We hope that a decision will be arrived as soon as possible, since the council committed itself. In terms of the vacancy rate, I've indicated that there are 4 managerial positions which are vacant. It is true that they do have an effect on the delivery to some extent, but let me indicate that the council fill all positions immediately they become vacant. But with these ones, they couldn't be filled because of the ongoing job evaluation, which also has benchmarking exercise to ensure that when we appoint these managerial positions, we appoint them in a manner that is well informed. So that process is at an advanced stage to conclude that job evaluation, which will give the council a better opportunity to fill those vacancies. All other positions below that, they are filled immediately. We don't have high rate except those 4 that I've mentioned. It's just that they are critical in the sense that they are managerial positions. The other issue is regarding the ICT improvement. There are quite a number of improvements that have been made in terms of our ICT. Currently, as we speak, our educators apply online to register. There is no need for them to run here, but because of the nature of the environment, some of the educators believe in coming in contact with the office. They come here. So that's part of the improvement that we have done in terms of registration. And there are quite a number of other internal improvements that we have done. I just mentioned one which affect the educators directly. We have a process of our own internal redevelopment of our systems to respond to our own environment. That process, it's about to reach development now to improve how the systems will operate. We also have developed an integration with other institutions. Some of them we have concluded, some not yet. We have concluded the API integration with the Department of Education, whereby we share the educator data in the same sector. We have also finalized, or we are operating with Umalusi, whereby we check the qualification, we verify the qualification directly with Umalusi on the spot. That's one of the improvements. We have just concluded an agreement with Home Affairs to share the information here and there. But however, we had been doing it on periodically, whereby we take the data from the government payroll and match the dead individuals so that we clean our data. But we have an agreement now in terms of managing that environment which affect the Home Affairs. With South African Police, we do have a process. There is a progress to verify the offenses, but so far we have been doing it with the other institutions which have been delegated by the SAPS to do so. So there is a process which we are finalizing to verify on the spot electronically. We are working on the universities and Department of Justice, as well as the child protection, to ensure that we verify on the spot. But there are processes which are towards finalizing such integration. So all what I've just mentioned are integrations progress. The issue of cybersecurity, we have developed a firewall. There is an existing firewall as part of the security. We are also saving all our data on the cloud environment managed outside to ensure that in case we lose data within a short space of time, we are able to recover that. It happened once or twice, and in fact, and it worked very well for the organization. Then we have a Microsoft authentication factor application, which we are using. We also have a virtual private network, which is controlled. The access is fully controlled. From what I have noted, I think I've covered. I might have missed some because of the volume that were being given at that time. Thanks.
Therefore, the travel and accommodation budget.
Okay. No, thanks. The travel and accommodation budget, it's not necessarily the operating budget where the staff move around. The main or the higher percentage, it's a consolidated figure. It's a consolidated line item for traveling, which include the council sittings. All meetings of council are included there. Then there is a sub account in that which deals with the movement of personnel administratively. As it is, same time it has been tightened to the bone because of the constraints that we do have. It's one of the items which will have to be reviewed once the financial position improves during the course of the year, so that more work can be done. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ms. Opeta.
Thank you, CEO. I just want to first deal with the issue of the numbers with regards to the question that was asked by Honorable Jordan with regards to the backlog cases and the project that was there for 2 years. When we started the project, it was cases from 2019 up until 2024, where you had about 2,621 backlog cases that we had to deal with. Of the 2,621, I want to indicate that we have done investigations and hearing within that of about 1,231, while we have an outstanding of 1,390. So of this outstanding, We know that each and every year there are cases that are done that must be also be included. But while dealing with these statistics, I also want to extract the information for just to explain the caseload over the 4-year period, where in 2022 we had about 734 cases we received. In 2023 we had about 576, and in 2024 606. So in 2025-26, where this information, I believe that we will be able to provide to you in detail during the annual report presentation, as the information would have been audited by then. We have about 822 plus of the cases, as in the CEO has indicated for 2024, 25-26. So indeed, there are really issues with regards to these cases, even though that target of 300 is really questionable, when only in 2025-26 we received about 822 cases. Of these 822 cases we received, we have finalized investigated about 70 of them. So it's about 91 cases that we dealt with of the 822 for the 25-26 financial year. So it means that they are falling back also on that track of the backlog cases, and which the CEO explained the entire process of the finalization of cases. And then, therefore, I want to also indicate that the cases that we are removing, the educators that we are removing from the role, we are indeed communicating with the department. So that's why we've had this other information with the departments to say that, an agreement with the department, Honorable Mkhize, to say that we must be able to get and track the information. And that's why in the EPP this financial year, 2026-27, we have included the turnaround time, in order for us, those bilaterals that we've been having with all 9 provincial departments, to also deal with the issues of the discussions, and also of the template that we've been sending them, to say that now, because we have to track this indicator 100%, we are starting the process. And because we've done all consultation of all 9 provincial departments, we'll start the consultation of ensuring that we know that we are able to track, we are able to track those, and how to the closed cases from their side, to ensure that indeed the educators and that the HOD should be signing off to say that this case is done, and the persal to show that indeed we're getting the persal confirmation to show that the educator has been blocked from the persal side of things, so that we can give the education sector and the public confidence with regards to dealing with these ones. There is a question that also I want to just deal with regards to Honorable Kaba, with the increase of the SMMEs, to indicate that this is the first time indicator within our APP, so we did not want to take it to the highest, but however, we have because it's the first time indicator, the baseline that we were showing is that one of 15%, according to the information that we have within our systems of each and every year. So therefore, we will be looking at and guiding it against it for the next financial year, to look at how can we deal with this indicator when we have the evidence-based information with regards to the indicator. So with regards to also, I think just the one part that CEO did not deal with regards to program 5 issue of Honorable Magagula regarding the implementation of the results of research. What we are doing, because we're closely working with the performance information or planning as research, we are able to include and strengthen the performance indicators, especially within the mandatory programs within the council. So it's very important to ensure that even when we also send those to the other unit, which is professional registration, as well as professional development, so that they can able to also close gaps that the educators are showing when we deal with certain projects that we are dealing with regards to information. And then I think the last part is issues of updated the key risk that we have within the council. We have also Honorable indicated some of those key risks that we have within the council, and we are indeed trying to mitigate those accordingly. And between year to year, when we are seeing them and we are tracking them on a quarterly basis, ensuring that we are able to implement those ones throughout the outcome. But however, I want to indicate that one of the ones that we identified is the issue of denied justice to learners and complainants. And we do indeed, like all of these matters, that we are trying to resolve it through our collaborations of case management system. We are indeed trying to do it, as well as the resourcing of that unit, we are trying to outline and deal with it within that program. And then with regards to also the indicator that has to deal with the 80%, I believe that there was a question regarding why 80% of internal and external audit.
Colleagues,
We have the
let's wrap up.
Okay,
I'm aware that members must go to the plenary at 2, so majority of them might be traveling now. So we really
Right.
do to wrap up, yes.
I'm just doing the last one, Chairperson. The one of 2020-25 strategic plan and term assessment. It showed that there were about 91 internal and external audit. So we did about 78 of them. So it was around 86%. So that's how we got that baseline of 80% to put it in the APP of 2026-2027. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much, CEO Prof. Balini and the CEO of Umalusi, the Minister, and all the members. I think for your participation, and we really do hope that the two institutions take into consideration the concerns that are raised by members, especially where there is specific issues that are raised, specific names of schools, and specific incidences that involve principals and teachers. I do hope that both the department and yourselves, you are able to provide us with a comprehensive report, feedback on how you've dealt with such issues. Now, we really are stretched for time, honorable members, because I'm aware that you must be attending to plenary later on. So let's leave it here and let us appreciate all of you. And Honorable Low, on the issues you raised about the directives that were given to the chair, I'm still in session with the Office of the House Chair because I contacted the Office of the House Chair to request for advice on how we approach the issue. There was a commitment that the legal team will come and brief myself first, and then we will then see if the legal team will brief Parliament, and then we will take it from there. But rest assured, the matter is being dealt with or is being attended, and shortly we will give the committee feedback on how the matter has been dealt with. Honorable members, let's meet next week in Mpumalanga for oversight. We hope that members will be available throughout the entire oversight, not 1 day, 2 days, throughout the entire oversight. But let's meet next week, and thank you very much. We might have to, honorable members, we might have to relook at the meeting we're supposed to have on Thursday, based on the fact that on the same day, I think higher education is sitting, and there's quite a number of our members who are also members of higher education. So we might have to relook at that date. If we relook at it, we will not put the meeting on a Friday. However, we will incorporate that item because it's only one presentation. We'll incorporate that item with another item perhaps on the next Tuesday that we're meeting. But we'll inform you immediately after this meeting, after we've had an engagement with Mr. Brown and the team. But thank you very much, and to our support team, thank you, and the meeting is adjourned.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Recording stopped.